Hi folks, and for one final time in the regular season of the Esports Racing League presented by Nitro Concepts, welcome along to the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, and over 4 previous rounds and 4 previous sims, we have whittled our way down to this, the penultimate round of our regular season. Just one more round of racing before our top 4 teams are locked in, and we go racing next month at Sim Formula Europe on the last garage. Limited practice with a custom bespoke track and car racing combination. But here on RENNSPORT, we break out the Praga R1, of course everyone's favorite shed dwellers racing car, and go racing at a famed historic racetrack. My name is Arjuna Kankipati. I'm joined alongside, for the first time in a couple of rounds, by Lewis McLeod. Lewis, you missed the iRacing action, you missed the Gran Turismo action, but back here on RENNSPORT, after we started on Assetto Corsa Competizione on Le Mans Ultimate, it's come full circle. Just one final night for us to settle our top 4.
Yeah, indeed. Thought it would be right to bin off Ewan before we go to the season finale. No, but obviously, look, I'm really happy to be back. Been missing this one. Have been watching, obviously, a lot of the action we've had going on. Some cracking racing on Gran Turismo and iRacing over the last couple of rounds. But to end things here on RENNSPORT in a car which even the RENNSPORT experts will be not too familiar with on this game. It's going to be fascinating. It's going to be very interesting how it's going to race. And let's be honest, we love a little bit of Road Atlanta. Saw a couple of shots there on the intro. Cracking track when it comes to racing.
It was my venue of the year. I was asked to choose my favorite track of the year. I picked this one, and it is glorious. Elevation change, although combination of car and track is something that the drivers had to come to terms with, and an update on Thursday has meant they've had to get to grips with a slightly updated set of handling characteristics. Lewis, let's talk about championship standings though, because like I said, after this the top 4 settled and only 4 teams head to Maastricht for Sim Formula Europe to fight in person. This is how it looks right now. Rafa ERA Esport by EMM have had a sterling middle half of this season to take the lead from the dominant team in the first couple of rounds. Team Nitro, BS Plus and Virtus Pro complete the top 4. But notably, Coanda Esports, winner of the last couple, find themselves all the way down in 9th.
Yeah, of course, they won on Le Mans Ultimate in round 2 of the championship. They won last time on iRacing, and they find themselves not a little bit behind the cut line. You can see them there down in 9th position, scored just 62 points on this. Look, this is going to be a tricky day for them, but if you really take a look, if you imagine us here on RENNSPORT, the RENNSPORT experts, those that have been racing in championships like the RENNSPORT R1 championship, there's quite a few of those behind the cut line. For example, 5th position Williams Sim Racing, 6th position R8G, 9th position Coanda. We would expect, realistically, that at least one of those will find themselves above the cut line by the end of the night. But which one it will be and who they will be replacing is not clear at all. That's it's very, very interesting. I don't know who's particularly going to be strong on this, and I'll tell you, all 4 of those top 4 teams, none of them are safe.
Not mathematically. I think Rafa ERA, if they make it to the quarterfinals, could feel a little bit more comfortable. But Coanda Esports very much have a lot of work to do. Any team below them, you mathematically think no chance. Slightly different format compared to the rounds on iRacing, on Le Mans Ultimate, on an Assetto Corsa Competizione. This the format that matches Gran Turismo 7. We divide the field up into 4 heats, 2 drivers per team, although once we then get into the quarterfinals, we start to split things up. The most unique part of this format, though, Lewis, instead of the traditional 1v1 in the finals, it's 3 teams that do battle, all drivers on track at the same time, and the best team after 3 races wins tonight's event.
Yeah, that's, like I say, it's going to be exciting. Of course, if you go and look on some of the stats, which you can find on esports-racing-league.com, there's a little season hub bit, the stats corner in there. You know me, I love some stats. Top of the stats list at the moment when it comes to victories, for example, is Kylian Drummond, who, of course, was racing in Gran Turismo for R8G when they went on to go and win there in round 3. Now, the reason I bring that up is that I think this is a perfect opportunity for a lot of drivers, for example, like Darren McCormack, to Marcel Chinchik and the likes, to score quite a lot of wins. because there's 3 teams in that final. Effectively, that your chances are increased by 50% of at least going the full distance.
Absolutely. And I like that stat about Killian because he only raced on Gran Turismo, so it shows just how important the specialists can be. These are the games. I mentioned it briefly, but our final 4 teams will compete on the last Garage, an upcoming sim title, which was showcased at last year's Sim Formula Europe as well. It will have a custom car, and we'll talk more about that slightly later on. Track TBD as well, but we've already completed the gamut of Assetto Corsa Competizione, Le Mans Ultimate, for the first time on consoles, over to Gran Turismo 7, iRacing, and RENNSPORT, our 5 regular season titles. And let's talk teams, because we came into the season with the core teams and contender teams. Effectively, contender teams, ones, Lewis, that we knew may have rounds where they would show speed, but maybe not across the entire season, while some of the core teams had lineups across of all the platforms, all those sims, at the top level of sim racing.
Yeah, the highest placed contender team, I believe, is Visceral Esports, who find themselves 7th in the standings, still with a solid chance of potentially moving through into our grand final next year. But they've got to get a good round. Obviously, they have to get a good round in. It's just good to see a couple of those contender teams up there battling, keeping up with some of those core teams, the teams that we know from the world of sim racing. Of course, we see a lot of them out here in RENNSPORT. We see a lot of them around the globe of sim racing, whether it is an Assetto Corsa Competizione, whether it is iRacing, and a lot of those teams have kind of come to the fore in that and shown their pace. For example, on those platforms where we expect to go strong. Team Nitro is a great example of that. I don't think we necessarily would have expected them to go as strong outside of ACC as they have done, but I mean, they've been hitting it out of the park this season of Team Nitro. That's why they sit 2nd in the standings, and only a duff couple of rounds the last 2. Do you know? I think they could go in top seed.
I agree. I think if they, especially with the drivers they have, if they can stay out of trouble, then that could be a reality. One final topic for us to touch on. Fantasy. ERL Fantasy Challenge. One final regular season round. Your chance to see if you can put together the crack squad that will outmatch the rest of the fantasy players. And of course, that will carry forward into our final 4 as well. So don't forget ERL Fantasy Challenge if you've already been playing. The other topic to touch on, Lewis, is track vote, because we said we're racing here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, but the options for our public track vote, which is always how we settle things, an open choice between the Founders Track, a bespoke custom track only available on RENNSPORT, Orchard Road, which is a track near and dear to my heart, the streets of Singapore, or of course this legendary racetrack that we watch right now, qualifying getting underway.
Yeah, look, I'm not gonna lie, I wanted it to be, of course, a little bit of a trip around Orchard Road just for the memes. This is practice, by the way. We'll be heading into qualifying, I believe, in a few moments' time. Did you take part in the in the fantasy challenge? Have you done anything? I haven't changed my team in a while, but I can tell you, I'm 38th of 230 people. I haven't changed.
That's not bad. I have not, because I am liable to forget to change my team, and I have stopped signing up for fantasy stuff as a result of that one. Here's a look at our entry list for heat number 1. Remember, 1 driver per team, and so that means we are slightly down on numbers. Rafa ERA Esports, Mikkel Schmiedel, we'll see how he can do. Remember, number 1 seed currently, but Virtus Pro, Kevin Ellis Jr., expect them to be strong. Dominic Blyer as well, Charlie Collins. Some quick drivers in this first heat.
Yeah, indeed. Curious to see which one's going to be on top. Qualifying's already come to a close, and it's Mikkel Schmiedel on the pole. See if he can go and win from there. I'm sure Charlie Collins will give it a good go from 4th. And
so standing starts in these Pragas, that's going to be somewhat interesting as well.
Is indeed. Well, they're in position and ready to go for the first race. We've got 4 of our top competitors that we expect to go well in Mikkel Schmiedel, Dominic Bly, Kevin Ellis Jr. and Charlie Collins. 9 cars on the grid. We are racing for the first time this evening down into the opening corner with Schmiedel having a good start. A little bit of a look to the outside coming in from Kevin Ellis Jr. as he's centred around the outside of Dominic Blyer, the Williams Sim Racing driver. They now work their way up the hill. Nowhere for Charlie Collins to go, but a clear run for Schmiedel in the ERL team, just trying to run away from them as they go side by side through the opening sector.
And this is where it starts to get somewhat narrow. You never try and run side by side through here unless you absolutely have to. And all of this as Mikkel Schmiedel breaks away over the curb at turn 5. Bit of a bobble for Tommy Roseri in the race ERE 29. Charlie Collins gets to the outside of Dominic Blyer and now into turn 7. It's tighter than 90 degrees. You always want to get on the power early. And look at the rear end hangout from Kevin Ellis Jr. as they stretch their legs onto the back straight.
Absolutely run away with things, and yeah, I said that they weren't safe at the start of the evening, and I'll stand by that. However, with a victory in this race and you know, it's taking some pretty solid points, I'd say they're looking stronger and stronger for chances of moving through into our grand final. There's a look to the inside, or rather to the outside from Dominic Blyer, and a run through it for Kevin Ellis Jr. Going through 10A and 10B. Yes, we will discuss corner numbers later on in the day because they are horrific around here, but Kevin Ellis Jr. is under so much pressure from Dominic Blyer and Charlie Collins. It's a look to the inside of T1.
And it's a fast sweeper. We've seen contact at Petit Le Mans there between prototypes in the past. And there's one car that's gone straight off. Coque Lopez in the Thibaut Courtois Esports machine, who drops to the very tail end of the field. But 2 seconds the gap at the front. Mikkel Schmiedel, graphic ERA, surely already one step forward into the quarterfinals. There's a look at the replay, into the wall as well.
Yeah, that's not good for Coque Lopez. TC Esports 8th in the standings coming into this. They really needed a good round here. They sit ahead of even Coanda Esports, who are, of course, 2-time winners this season in the finals. That is not ideal for Coque Lopez and the TC Esports team. Tommy Rozier and Sebastian Apostle going side by side in the background with, sorry, it was Finn Zimbel rather. Tommy Rozier's way ahead. Some of your driving in the background there as well, coming in from Camilleri.
Talking to a Petit Le Mans winner here, mate, as Sebastian Apostle continues to try and cover off. Gotta be careful through the second part of this switchback because you get really pinched, and that's exactly what's happened. Zimbel around the outside being able to sweep through. I tell you what, though, for Charlie Collins, he needs to find a way forward because the last thing he wants to do is start to put the pressure on his teammate Gabriel Salomon to get a decent result. And if anything were to happen to him, suddenly Coanda find themselves in the second chance race and really on the back foot.
Yeah, like I say, it's not an ideal situation for them to be in fourth, just fourth in this race. Caballero, by the way, has retired from the race, unfortunately. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Realistically needs to get second position here, does Charlie Collins, to release that pressure a little bit from the team. You do not want to be going in to the second chance race, certainly not with them in the points positions that they're at on the standings. However, effectively, if you haven't ever joined us here for ERL, no points in the overall standings are given out in this race. They're only given out when you're effectively knocked out from the evening's competition. So you could technically go into that second chance race and still work your way all the way into the final and win the whole thing. But it just makes that process that little bit more difficult. Doing an extra race, having that extra fatigue, having that extra pressure on your shoulders as well.
Especially when you qualify quite frequently, the pressure is something that you deal with quite often. Mikkel Schmiedel not breaking away so much now that Kevin Ellis Jr. seems to have got the head down. Now, we did hear a lot of, how do I phrase this politely? Feedback from the drivers, Lewis, about how the Praga was handling. But that was pre-update on Thursday, and so I haven't seen too much of the feedback. There was one concern that I did see where if drivers hit the curbs a bit too heavily, you can grip roll the car, which is anyone who's done a fair share of sim racing, you know exactly what happens there. We haven't seen that so far. So clearly drivers have either, oh, there's a big wiggle from Blyer. They've either adopted, you know, the right aggression needed to not grip roll the car, or it's not an issue anymore and they're able to push 10/10ths.
Yeah, I remember there was a car I used to drive back in the day. It was on R Factor 2, and it was the NGTC touring car. When that was new, it was a Honda Civic. That thing, I distinctly remember going through McLean's at Donington Park. Right-hander, slightly banked in. every single time. If you went anywhere near the curb, you would roll. It was hilarious and frustrating and scary to drive with. In this, look, these drivers are all good enough where they can probably avoid it, but we've not seen anyone even close to getting near it, so I assume maybe it is a little bit fixed. They are throwing it around the circuit. You can kind of tell that with the braking zone that Dominic Bly was taking into turn 7. There's that curb on the left-hand side and that braking zone going into the turn to go back out onto the back stretch, and it's one of those ones that's a really difficult corner at the best times. You really want to open it up as much as you can, but that curve in a car like this that's as low as this is not really for the taking.
No. I wonder, by the way, how many laps previously Kevin Ellis Jr. had done in this car before this week. We often talk about the hundreds of thousands of kilometers that many of these drivers have done on this platform, but it's not necessarily the car that they would have driven too much, and kind of an introduction to prototype racing, right? It's got interesting tire combination with the aero that it has, and so it definitely seems as though it's difficult to make moves happen here. Dominic Bly outside of those opening couple of laps now that Ellis Jr. has been able to hit his rhythms. 2 laps to go, but not close enough to take a look.
Yeah, obviously they do get a little bit of dirty air around here, which does push the car around. But you can see, unlike, if you want to count it towards your LMDHs, your hypercars, things like that, they tend to grip quite comfortably, relatively speaking, to the circuit, at least comparatively to these. These, you can tell by the way they go around the circuit, they dance around. That also mixed with, as someone who has been to the circuit, Arjuna, I'm sure you can tell everyone, this circuit doesn't really... If the car's going to be moving around a little bit, the circuit will help it move around that a little bit more. It is a tricky circuit, very kind of bumpy and a bit all over the place, which is what everyone loves about it. So much character.
Oh, character. Also, it doesn't give you a chance to breathe. That is what I found out when I had my hot lap in a Ford Mustang GTD. I mean, even this back straightaway, it's bumpy, it's not actually straight, it's undulating, and then downhill into that braking zone. Oh boy, standing on the brakes of a real race car, you just lunge forward as the seatbelts try and contain you in. And then this final corner, I mean, the sim cannot do it justice. It is a full-on drop down. When you come over the... I can't remember off the top of my head. I think it's 100 feet or something. But I mean, it's not far off. When you come over the top, you cannot see the ground. You are looking at the sky. You're trying to figure out, have you turned enough? And it's a very sketchy feeling, I can tell you that.
Look, a cracking track, cracking load of corners, and I'm sure UNO Pavey would probably say that it needs to be repaved. There's that much character in the bumps, but alas, we're here in racing, and there's only one more real attempt from Charlie Collins to maybe sneak his way over the podium. That was not a good exit from Bly, though.
Now, interesting position, riding on board. We're talking about this being an introduction to prototype racing, but it's got slicks as well. Does Charlie Collins have the grip? Look at the gap in front of him as he pops to the outside down to turn 10.
Collins onto the outside, 10-8, ready to come up the left hand of the first part of the chicane as Mikael Schmiedel's working his way into the final sector and down through the hill. Great move from Charlie Collins, great drive from the Rafa ERA Esports by EMM team. Mikael Schmiedel on top here in heat number 1 as Charlie Collins just about fends off Dom Blyer.
Oh, great stuff there. Important that Collins makes that move because it's just a point, but it's a crucial point that will make Gabriel Salomon's life just that little bit easier as they decide the Pragas have done enough and take them into the, spare parts area. Let's call it that.
Yeah, that is that we can now give turn 1 a name. The outside of it is the bin, because that's where all those cars will be going if they're flying into the corner like that. Great victory though for Rafa ERA Esports by EMM. Great drive from Mikael Schmiedel. Just didn't put a foot wrong. I mean, we didn't speak about him. He was just gone.
No. To be fair, I don't really know how much RENNSPORT he's done through the years, but that was a bit of a clinical drive, to say the least. And I'm
trying to think now.
I was going to say your memory on this will be better than mine.
He was teammates. I'm pretty sure he was teammates at the same time as Enzo Benito was at FaZe.
Yes.
Through the second year, so 2024 of R1.
He was there in 23 as well, so yeah, would have been. So he's definitely got some experience, but
yeah,
maybe not as much recently, and maybe that's somewhat helped him as well to get to grips with this car. It's also the regular build. That was one of the other talking points, was the fact that R1 competition has sometimes been done on a different build with specific BOP as well, and so some drivers were worried about some unfair advantages, of which with this car, nothing to talk about. We can chat with our race winner. So Lewis, let's take it away with a chat with Mikkel Schmiedel.
Yeah, indeed. Hello. For one, great drive and an excellent victory there. What do you make of that one? You seem to kind of walk away from everyone. Everyone was fighting behind. You had so much pace in your car.
Oh, it was kind of a nice race. I mean, it was pretty straightforward. I was actually surprised by that. Yeah, quali wasn't something special, to be honest. I mean, the grip, like, feeling-wise changes quite dramatically sometimes. Yeah, but after that, I had a good launch. I was able to push. I think after the first lap, I had quite a healthy advantage. So yeah, pretty happy with that, and good start for our team.
Obviously, your teammate this evening is Will Chadwick. He'll be out in Heat 4. So a solid pairing in the team, obviously, between the pair of you. What point, I don't know if you've thought about this, but what point in the competition will you start feeling like it is completely safe and secure that you are going to our grand final? Or are you just kind of taking it one race at a time and trying to win the whole thing again here today?
Yeah, basically one race at a time, like you said. I mean, there's no need to have a freaking calculator in your head every round or every race. So yeah, we're just gonna take it step by step and basically maximize our potential today. So yeah, pace seems good. So yeah, let's just use that for our advantage and have a lovely evening.
You're not as numbers focused as myself and Arjuna. Well done, great victory, and like I say, we'll be seeing you probably quite a bit this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, thanks guys.
Well, hopefully we'll see him plenty, although only as we get later on into the night. That's when he really wants to be talking to us at the business end of things. And as much, Lewis, as we'll talk formbook and stats and all the fun stuff that we have in terms of those statistics, formbook's going to be difficult heading into the Final Four. It's on a platform in which the drivers can't sit at home and practice hours and hours. They don't know what track it's at. The car is going to be a bespoke car for the competition. Their only practice is going to be when they get on site in the limited time they are allotted.
Yeah, and that's why I do genuinely believe that there is no, like I said, there is no form book going into the grand final, and you can't be thinking about that as a team right now, as trying to win the whole thing and trying to do this and trying to do that. All you've got to be doing is thinking about being in the top 4 and going there. And when we get there, it is everyone's got the same chance. Everyone's got as good a chance as anyone else to win the competition on the last garage, because it's going to be something that no one's ever really touched. But right now, heading into it, it does seem as though Rafa ERL Esports by EMM are, if they're keeping that pace up, they're going to be potentially top seed. You've got Will Chadwick out in race 4, not to put too much pressure on his shoulders, but he's obviously plenty pacey enough on this platform as well, and he is joint this season at the top of the winners list. He has 3 victories as well, as Killian Drummond, as well as Mikkel Schmiedel as well, who's now jumped up there, and Floris Zimmerman, who also has 3 victories.
So qualifying for Heat 2 gets underway. Drago Racing represented by Ricardo Rico, Nicholas Halbin for Team Nitro. Remember, we were wondering how they were going to perform here on RENNSPORT. Stan Vliestra, Alexander Davidson, Marco Pajic for Visceral. Keep an eye out for them. Pajic with experience on the platform too. Chinchik for R8G, of course, who have raced under the Vitality banner in recent memory. Aiding Walshingham. Keep an eye out for him too, potentially for Veloce Thrustmaster. But Robbie Stableford, we saw him a couple of days ago in the RENNSPORT Holiday Crossplay event that Lewis and myself were also commentating on. He heads out of the final corner Don't think this is necessarily going to be the quickest of qualifying times. That might have had a bit of a struggle in that second sector, but puts it on the board and will line up in third, but even with that.
Yeah, indeed. So clearly there was some pace out there for Robbie Stapleford. He goes into second position. We'll wait for Stan Vliestra to come down into that final complex of corners as well. It's Ricardo Rico at the moment on the top of the session. I do think they get 2 lap times in this session rather than the typical format that we see in qualifying on RENNSPORT. So it's the first time, Arjuna, that I'm commentating on someone's second qualifying in the same session.
Well, I think that was actually an error, and so it's meant to be updated for the second heat session where only the first lap in qualifying will count. I think what has happened is some of them are having long out laps, just also being timed. So there's 4 more drivers yet to complete their actual timed attempts. Here comes Marcel Cinchik. He's now up to third. Just 3 more drivers yet to set a time, and that does include, I think, Robbie Stapleford. Explain some of the things we're seeing with the sector times.
Yeah, got to say, Matteo Estevez, I think the GTS 92 driver, up ahead of Marcel Cinchik. He's got so much experience on this platform. Got some of the most victories on the platform in R1. So great to see him out in this race. Robbie Stapleford up there as well. If I was looking at this without seeing qualifying, I would lean towards Cinchik as the favourite, but Nicholas Albon's proven everyone wrong.
Yeah, and great that we can look at the gaps through the field, although Robbie Stapleford with a 1:14.956, I would have thought, should have been slotted further up through the starting order. But it is Nicholas Albon for Team Nitro. We were wondering how they get on, Lewis, and much like Mikkel Schmiedel did for Rafa ERA, Nicholas Albon has answered the call.
Yeah, and for BS Competition, who are above the cut line, if Robbie Stapleford is starting from 10th position, that is pretty disastrous, I'm afraid. For Marcel Cinchik, a team that is below the cut line, this is a very important race to get a solid result from. You can see there Robbie Stapleford is at the back of the field. He's got to come through the got to come through the order. They've got to get a decent way into this competition today.
There was an issue with his qualifying attempts, and so he is not going to be able to start towards the front. He's got some work to do, and a confirmation they get 1 out lapped, and the second timed lap is their qualifying run. The engines begin to rumble once more at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Great start from Nicholas Albon, but Matteo Estevez goes nowhere, and already Marcel Cinchik passed. Aidan Walshingham's trying to now sweep around the outside as well. The tussles at the tail end of the field. Watch to see if Robbie Stapleford can carve his way forward in the BS Plus Zebra, but single file, they crest over the top of turn 3 with a bit of argy-bargy at the back, and Davidson and Rodriguez get tangled up with each other.
I think that was Robbie Stapleford that was right in there and didn't lift. The brakes were out of action, I think, on Robbie Stapleford's car there. Kept trying to just get through it. Did eventually, but now sits 2.6 seconds off. It's going to be a tough race for Robbie Stapleford. I think he can gain an extra couple of positions, but I'm not really sure how much more. Certainly, there is no chance of a podium for Stapleford. So a bit of drama there in the opening sector. Perfect conversion from Albon and from Marcel Cinchik. A bit more there from Matteo Estevez, who's now feeling the pressure from behind. I think he's going to get past potential, or at least Marco Pejic's.
Yeah, Pejic and Vliestra. Oh, a bit of contact between them as they head into the braking zone of 10A, and then awkward as they settle it through the corner. Note that I did see Marcel Cinchik is racing without any audio, which is one of the more difficult things you can do in the world of sim racing, Lewis, and he's still up there in second trying to fend off Walshingham, but the gap behind is helping him out here as Matteo Estevez throws up the blocks and holds on into turn 3.
Yeah, I get the feeling that Marcel Cinchik will not actually be able to keep up with Nicholas Albon if Albon at least has his own audio. Driving without audio is incredibly difficult. You rely on audio far more than you think. Everyone's just like, well, it's just going up the gears and going down the gears. Surely that's all it is. The rest of it's visual. You would be surprised. Obviously, you've got your force feedback and stuff going through the wheel, but the amount that you get from things like tyre noise as you go through corners, all of those things add up, and especially if you're going wheel to wheel, audio gives you a great deal of information on where the other car is, spookily enough.
Even things like shifting gears, the little nuances of the engine notes that you'll hear, it's a bit easier to reference than having to look down at your steering wheel in the sim every so often, as Marco Pajic up the inside of Stan Vliestra continues to hold on. He's putting Vliestra in the wrong position right now. And that was one thing that drivers were talking about, Lewis, is the gearing and the sometimes difficulty of getting alongside and making the move at the end of that back straightaway.
Yeah, exactly. I'm not going to say what it was, but I was commentating on a championship at Monza a few months ago. And in that, sixth gear was not high enough. And so they'd all get up to whatever top speed was in the car and it would bounce off the rev. I mean, don't know if that's quite that extreme, but what it meant is that you just couldn't really race. And I think sometimes that's a little bit of the case here, where they're basically just getting up to the top of the car and then they're not able to find anything more. So you're relying on mistakes, which thankfully, at least for this car, does seem to come in a little bit, especially going through here at turn 7, where you can certainly lose out pretty quickly. There's a conversion, though, for Nicholas Halpin, our race leader on the race start. It was behind, though, where all the drama was, and we'll see that from up above. Robbie Stableford at the rear end of this train as they head their way in. So a little bit of a pinch up ahead. Stableford into the side-off.
Yeah, not much he could really do, to be fair. Innocent victim as he nestles back in 8th position. As Lewis mentioned, Will Chadwick's going to be in race 4 for Rafa ERA. The way that the slightly different format on RENNSPORT on Gran Turismo works is that one driver per team races in one race each, 2 races total across our 4 heat races, and those points totaled up. Top 10 advance directly into the quarterfinals. Everyone else heads into our second chance race. Aiding Walshingham, as he had a technical issue, as he had an off at turn 3. He's down now on the timing tower at 8th position.
Yeah, not great for the Veloce Thrust team. Now is at the back end of the field, and suddenly everything's kind of fallen apart, and that is a big shame for the driver who won. It was the first race this year, wasn't it, that Aidan Walshingham won of this championship? It was obviously racing on a set of course competizione.
Chinchik! Sorry, what's happening to Chinchik as well?
Oh, yeah, he's dropping down. Is he coming back up, dropping down? Is there a connection thing? Has he been off the road? Has finally the lack of audio bitten him? Either way, for RHG, that is huge drama for them.
Yes, and now Mateo Estevez is suddenly back up into second spot through all of this. My oh my, how racing can swing around so quickly. Confirmation tech issue. As aiding Walshingham is a DNF, and Marcel Chinchik seemingly with something similar. And so remember, RHG aren't in the top 4 right now, Lewis. This is not what they needed, to say the least.
No, definitely not. And they're tantalisingly close to being in the top 4, and they were one of the teams that we would have looked at the start of the season, thinking they're a shoe-in. They're surely their favourites to be in our grand final. How this season has unfolded for them, there have been flashes of positivity and certain flashes of negativity as well, and unfortunately for them, it's not looking like this is going particularly well either. Who is Chinchik's teammate this evening? That's a solid question.
It is, and I thought I had my entry list out in front of me. Give me a sec. It is one of the many tabs of information.
Yeah, right, same.
That's the problem, is we've got too much information available to us for this championship. Florian has done a great job with that team hub of giving us. Yuri Toman is his teammate. I found the window.
Yeah, he'll be out in Heat 3. Yuri Toman in the legendary number 78, the greatest number in sim racing and motorsport. But I mean, there's a lot of pressure now on Yuri's shoulders. And here comes Robbie Stableford, who's trying to get through into the top 5. He gets down the inside of Ricardo Rico.
Important moves for him. Rico's going to try and challenge back, but into turn 3, that would have been a bold move to stick it up the inside. And Stableford already with a big gap. Watch the wide arc from Ricardo Rico behind, is sitting in that dirty air, struggling a little bit more. Stableford now only 1 second off of Stan Vliestra. There's a chance for a top 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, I said the podium definitely wasn't possible. I mean, I still don't think it is, but you never know. If Marco Pajic and Mateo Estevez have contact, it's definitely wide open. But that's how close the podium is, not the next car, the one ahead. It's been a solid drive from Robbie Stableford, who obviously started from the rear of the field, was involved in drama at turn 3 and 4 that he could do absolutely nothing about, but clearly has just kept his head on his shoulders and has driven a pretty solid race up until this point.
I mean, I'm just thinking back to Petit Le Mans in the real world this year, where we had hellacious contact just after turn 3 that saw 2 Ferrari chassis effectively written off. So what we saw at turn 3 was relatively tame, all things considered. Stapleford clearly able to tame the car quite well, because he glanced up at the extra monitor he's got on his sim racing setup at home, looking for some of that information and that charge. Now within 4.5 tenths and closing. He'll be close enough on this back straightaway, but it's going to take some bravery.
Just go so fast through that opening sector, and you saw Robbie Stapleford even through T1 tap the curb lightly at T1, and it just pitched the rear end beautifully around. I mean, it's been a solid drive from Robbie Stapleford. He's progressed up into the top half of the field, and I think Stan Vliestra is a little bit wide there, so there could be an extra spot for Robbie Stapleford to pick up. And here we have Nicholas Halbert into the final sector. I mean, hasn't felt too much pressure after, unfortunately, the issue for Marcel Cinci.
I am being told, by the way, that because of some of these technical issues, we might get this race rerun, but at least provisionally for the time being. Nicholas Halbert dives out of the final corner, and Rafa ERA Team Nitro 1 and 2, they strike first in the heat races here. The Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Robbie Stapleford does not take advantage at the death and ends up in 5th at the checkered flag.
Yeah, there'll be some drivers, obviously the likes of RHG and Veloce Thrustmaster, that will love for this race to be rerun. Would set a dangerous precedent, I do think, but you know, we're not in race control. A dangerous precedent could be set in not doing it, because then basically anything can go wrong. Basically, all I'm saying is that I'm going to sit on the fence on that one.
The word that I've been told is if it does get rerun, it will be after heats 3 and 4. So we will keep you updated on that as we work our way forward. But a slightly dramatic heat 2 outside of Nicholas Halbert dominating at the front of the field. And again, going back to the fact that Rafa ERA have put themselves at the top of heat number 1, taking the speed. What we have seen here, Lou, is clearly we might end up in a situation where 2 of our top 4 have already shown us that they're going to perform so well that everyone else is focused on the other 2 spots in our Sim Formula Final 4.
Yeah, like I've said, obviously we come into this round with everything still being pretty open, and of the top 4, in all likelihood, the top 4 that we have coming into this round will not be the top 4 going into our grand final. Sure, 3 of them might be the same, but you've got to say at least one of them surely is going to change. Now, with the dominating drives that we've just had there from Team Nitro, and of course by Rafa Esports, by EMM, they're basically saying, not it, not going to be us. We're in solid stead to keep this one going, but it can unfold at any time. And you know, even going into the quarterfinals, you're still not particularly safe if one of those teams below you goes up into the final and wins the whole thing.
Absolutely. Quick gander through the results as Race Control just makes that final determination, but Nicholas Halbert 5 seconds clear. Interestingly, Mateo Estevez disappeared from that result, unless I'm getting myself confused. But let's catch up with Nicholas Halbert after a great drive, first in qualifying, then in that race itself. Nicholas, I mean, there was lots of drama behind you, but what were you thinking in this Praga R1 around the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta?
Yeah, general thing, we did not know where our pace will be, so it would be a surprise. But what I'm currently reading in the chat is that we're getting a rerun maybe, so I don't know if I can be happy or not, so yeah.
Put that aside as we let the team figure that one out. I'm not sure as well, unfortunately. You said you were a little unsure on pace, and I think it's fair to say the last couple of rounds for Team Nitro have been a bit more unsteady. After the first 2 rounds, we saw exactly what you guys can do when you're comfortable. What was the preparation like, especially when there was an update to this car released on Thursday that kind of changed the way that it drove?
Yeah, we drove the car before, so we knew how special it is, or how special it was. Yeah, to be fair, we were a bit unhappy that there was an update, so it changed everything again. But yeah, I think it's the same for everyone. We knew the car better then, and then just grinding.
Grinding indeed. And one last question, we'll let you go and focus on what's happening behind the scenes. Talking about the Final Four, me and Lewis have been wondering, with limited practice, how is it going to be to prepare for all the teams? Is that something that you and Team Nitro have already discussed, or have you kind of been waiting until after this event to even think about that?
No, our full focus is even getting into the Final Four, so that's our worries now.
Never looking too far forward. Congrats on a great drive, Nicholas, but we'll see if you get the chance to have to do it again.
Maybe. Bye-bye.
A little bit of uncertainty, to say the least, Lewis, but like we say, dealing with a couple of technical issues and race control, looking at the rulebook to determine what exactly they would like to do. It's not easy for the drivers, though, in this position, right? Because some of them, like Nicholas, have done nothing. They've just finished the race, while others, like poor Marcel, sitting in second, technical issue along for Aining Walshingham, takes them out of contention.
Yeah, and it's one of those ones that's a really difficult position for race control to be in, because you could sit there and go, like you say, Nicholas Halban's not done anything wrong, but technically no one really has done anything wrong. It's just one of those things. Now, the reason I said it could set a dangerous precedent is basically then if anyone else has a technical issue across the night, they can call foul and say, yes, but Heat 2 was also restarted if we do get a rerun of this. So it's one of those ones where basically no one wants to be in race control, because it is such a difficult call to make, and for race control to have to make that call, it is brutal, because there is no right call. If you don't restart it, then R8G and Veloce Thrustmaster are extremely disappointed because they didn't do anything wrong and were dealt a bad card. But then you could also argue that that would happen in a real race car by, I don't know, just failing for whatever reason. And then all the other teams will sit there and go, yes, but we didn't do anything wrong either, and now we're being penalised by having to do the same thing again. Really difficult situation for race control to be in. Do not envy them at all. It doesn't mean we might get another race, though, so who knows?
Well, I think I've just had the final word. Race control were discussing it, but it has been decided not to rerun race number 2, and so we move forward 2 more heat races. Our second chance race, which might now just have a bit more spice left in the tail. Again, if I were in race, that's probably the decision that I would lean toward. It's bad luck, and you know, you'll just have to rely on your teammate to pull the weight a little bit more. It's just sometimes how it goes. But I can understand the frustration either way. I can understand why you know, Veloce Thrustmaster and R8G will be thinking, right, well, this is going to be a little bit unfair, but we're going to give it a good go across the rest of the night. And like you say, no one's knocked out of the competition in the heats. The first time we lose teams is in the second chance race. Once that one's gone, effectively the elimination begins. And until that point, you just got to keep your eyes focused on moving forward. The culling only starts, yes, once we get into that second chance race, which if you're just joining us, slightly different format here on RENNSPORT, mirroring what we had on Gran Turismo 7. One driver in that second chance race will head out there. Here's a look at the entry list for Heat 3, and so Nikita Wisniewski's got some pressure, although I think it's going to be a hard task for him and Robbie Stapleford to combine. Yuri Toman as well has got to do some hard work in that number 78, but Tobias Grunewald, Isaac Price in pretty comfortable positions, given what their teammates were able to do in Heat number 2. Yeah, the top 4 on the left-hand side, Tobias Grunewald, Nikita Wisniewski, Yuri Toman and Isaac Price, along with Kamil Grabowski, I think for WSR Esports would be the ones that I'd be looking at to be top competitors here. But again, this car is a bit more of an equaliser on this platform. It's like we did the GT4s and Assetto Corsa Competizione earlier on in the year. It's a bit of a leveler, is the car. But that said, I would say that with a top 5 for Robbie Stapleford, Nikita Wisniewski with the speed that he's got, I would still lean them towards being not comfortable, but you know, a solid qualifying session here from Nikita Wisniewski. Realistically, I think they should be in good stead to move through into the quarterfinals and not have to go anywhere near that horrifying second chance race. I thought you were going to talk about the Pokemon over the shoulder of Luca Monroe. I can't. No, I can't.
Just gonna sit inside it. That's fine. We'll just we'll sit back inside.
Isaac Price technically on top, but again, remember, if you're just joining us, the first lap timed is not your fast lap, it's the second lap, which is actually the qualifying attempt, and so Isaac Price is the first to break the board, and a 1:14.871, the benchmark laid down.
Yeah, not bad indeed, but beaten already by Yuri Toman, Rick Van Aal, Kamil Grabowski, all getting ahead of Isaac Price at the moment as their sessions come to a close. Francis McGinn, who we're looking at here, did also see Nicholas Matteo go up into second position. See if Francis McGinn's able to work their way up. Needs to. Obviously, the Veloce Thrustmaster team with Aidan Morsigan scoring nothing from the previous race, really, so need a good qualifying session here from McGinn, but those sectors, they aren't purple. Let's go with that.
I don't think they're that far off, and he is within the top 5 at least, but he's not thrilled by the lap. Nicholas Matteo jumps in front, and here is a look, although Isaac Price may have had the same issue as what happened to poor Robbie Staplefoot, and his qualifying attempt may not have counted.
Certainly didn't. Unfortunately, Isaac Price will have to start this one from the rear of the field behind Luca Monroe. At the front of the field, though, it is Team Nitro again up there. A great qualifying session from Tobias Gronewold. Yuri Toman in basically a must-win position here. He currently sits second. Nicholas Matteo, Nikodem Vishnevsky for BS Competition. 5th place for Robbie Staplefoot in the previous race. Solid result should see them net their way up into the quarterfinals. I mean, look, it's going to be an exciting one. Arjuna, very quickly, who's going to take top honours in this race?
Oh, you know, I think Yuri Toman has to go for it. There's no choice. He's got to win this race. Tobias Gronewold doesn't have to go so aggressive. He might slot in behind.
Yuri Toman, like you say, he'll be getting aggressive into the opening corner. He's a driver who normally we see a lot of consistency out of, but sometimes we see the aggression. Big wheel spin coming off from our pole sitter Tobias Gronewold in the race down to the first corner. Yuri Toman sitting right under the rear wing of Tobias Gronewold's Team Nitro car. To the top of the hill they go into turn 3. Nikodem Vishnevsky also keeping close, and maybe he feels like he's in a must-win scenario, and he is certainly not one to be complacent when it comes to an attempted overtake.
No, although as we've seen, it is difficult at the end of that back straightaway to take advantage of any passing opportunities, and so few and far plenty are those chances. Who's going to be the most aggressive? Only one more heat after this, then one second chance race. There are some teams that are getting ready to say goodbye to the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. Big bobble from Tobias Gronewold onto the back straight.
Yeah, indeed. There's Francis McGinn getting past Nicholas Matteo, and it seems as though the Veloce Thrustmaster car is firing on all cylinders at the moment, and also into the fight is Rick Van Aal. It seems like Nicholas Matteo might be dropping back a couple of positions. Kamil Grabowski isn't too far behind either. McGinn holding on, going left and then right, kind of holding in the middle of the braking zone. There was contact that sees Rick Van Aal out of the race, unfortunately, or at least out of this battle indeed.
Yeah, turn 10's often the problem area, the heaviest of the braking zones, but it's all at the back, and look at the separation that is built up. Don't know what's happened to the Drago Racing pair, but both Nicholas Matteo and Ricardo Rico have been solidly mid-pack for a team, Lewis, that you and I traditionally associate at being at the front of the field.
Yeah, but I mean, look, maybe that's just sometimes how it goes, jumping between platforms that you're not used to. We would expect, driver of Nicholas Matteo's prospects to at least be in contention for the race victory, but sat behind Francis McGinn, really looking backwards towards Kamil Grabowski, and even Francis McGinn's a second and a bit now off of the lead trio, who are starting to check away from the rest of the field. It's not exactly been a massive season to remember, unfortunately, for Drago. They're 11th in the points. They've been pretty mid-tier most of the season. Obviously, the standout being nearly getting into the final in the previous round on iRacing, where we would have expected them to go pretty strong.
Yeah, but this is something me and Ewan were talking about, the fact that we were on the V8 supercar at Oran Park, Lewis. It's a combination that drivers wouldn't have raced the track at all, basically, even though it's free and available to them all. But the car as well, being a V8 supercar, unless you're Australian, you don't tend to race it very much, right? So it was a weird scenario, and not all the iRacing teams capitalized in the way that we expected. This is the replay down to turn 10 on the opening lap, and you can see this is how Van Earl just got that contact sent off to the inside. It's the lightest of taps, but
These cars are lightweight as well, Lewis, so if you get pitched around and slightly unsettled, it can be hard to bounce back under control.
Yeah, I did get a really good example of what you've been talking about a fair amount this evening, though, of the looking from the helicopter view there down into 10A and 10B, where they effectively get up to maximum velocity in the car, and then there's obviously nothing more to give. They bounce off the limiter. They can't find any more progress. That's what makes the overtaking so incredibly difficult down into 10A, because you've really got to be alongside before you get into it. I mean, look, you can see on board here as we go above 6,900 revs up to just about 7,000 revs, and that's where the limiter is. So start coming down the hill into 10A. Oh, that was nearly a grip roll. That's what you were talking about as well earlier. Nicholas Matteo nearly over.
Yeah, sometimes I do know what I'm talking about, although Matteo just keeps it under control and on the two wheels, Ross Swift-like, for those that have ever seen him do some style points in a Subaru. Now that, again, it just shows, I think, the uncomfort or discomfort that Drago Racing are showing here tonight. And yeah, it's a shame, Lewis, because I was now going to get passed by Kamil Grabowski on the run in towards the S's. I think that shows just how much Matteo's struggling as he forces some contact there. Yeah, this is uncharacteristic, I think, to say the least.
Yeah, and this does seem as though Grabowski's going to drop back or get past potentially Nicholas Matteo, who seems to be feeling the pressure. There's a look down into 6. No move there as they drop into the slight banking towards the apex now through 7 out onto the backstretch. Matteo is not comfortable. Do remember again that we've got Heat 3, Heat 4, and then the second chance race. Some of these teams, they'll have completed their heats. Pretty much all the teams will have completed their heats after this race, right? And that means quite a lot of teams here are one race away from no longer being in this competition. That is crazy.
It's crazy sad, but also crazy how fast time has flown by since that first round of the Esports Racing League on a set of competition, set of Corsa Competizione all those months ago, Lewis. Time has flown by, and already we are looking towards 2026 Sim Formula Europe and our Final Fours. Maybe more importantly, and a topic we'll talk about with Florian, the head honcho at VCO later tonight, but ERL plans for 2026 as well.
Yeah, so I'm sure still a lot of positivity to come when it comes to VCO over the next year or so, and I'm sure, unfortunately, if you do enjoy VCO competition and at least watching broadcasts of VCO competitions, which are always very exciting, you might have to deal with me and Arjuna a little bit more next year, which it is good for some, unless we both get sacked.
Unless we get sacked.
Florian holds the keys to that one.
Well, you know, the reality is there's only ever been 2 winners of the VCO Simi Award for commentary, and they both happen to be in the booth right now. So I think no, it's a worrying sign. One thing that Florian did mention in an offhand comment is VCO Simi plans may also be in the works for 2026, Lewis. So you know what? We may have to find out who's the first 3-time VCO Simi Award winner.
Or, well, what that really means is that we both
someone else
start taking. We need, yeah, for one, that, yeah. But also that means that we need to start. We need to have a serious year next year. We've been casual the last couple of years, talking about golf. And, well, we haven't spoken about. We were talking about before, and Star Wars and that. We need to bring it back on topic and keep it on topic all the way through the event.
Or we find ways to continue mixing in golf, Star Wars. You know, use the Force and read the line. I don't know. There's so many different ways we can continue to be punning.
Horrible. Goodness me.
Hey, I definitely didn't get an English degree. Yeah, it's probably true.
I haven't got a degree of any sort. We've got a lap and a half or a lap and a bit left to go, as I'll drag it back on topic and start winning some of those bonus points. It's fine. Servi is picking up the slipstream of Kamil Grabowski, so the GTS 90 team, who seem to have some decent speed around here. We've seen some solid speed out of the team so far in the 2 races they've done, but we'll have to wait and see if they can keep this up. I think they are going into the second chance race with their current points. I do think BS competition is safe though.
Ooh. Now, let's wait and see how Heat 4 goes, but you may be right there. What we're also seeing as a result of the car and the gearing maybe struggling to bring the cars close enough at the end of the back straightaway, Lewis, is our race control team. They're having a very very busy opening lap of reviews, but then after that, it does end up being quite quiet. And that's important because sometimes we've had races where there's so much chaos at the end of races, as this is the replay with Matteo and Grabowski down into the S's, a bit of contact that race control would have looked at, but it often means that we're sitting and waiting for race control to review something and make a decision on who advances. That's not often, I think, something we'll be waiting for tonight, although has Yuri Toman been waiting to get past Tobias Groenewold.
Defensive line coming in from Tobias Groenewold. We've got Yuri Toman trying to look to the outside into 10A. They both hit maximum velocity. To the outside goes Yuri Toman. Feels like it's going to be a must-win race for them. And he goes for a spin! That's huge drama for R8G, who could be destined for the second chance race. Marcel Chinchik down the order, and now Yuri Toman as well, as Tobias Groenewold comes across the line. You were talking about this with race control. They'll certainly take a look at that, but I'm not sure how much they'll need to take a look. I think that was kind of maybe just a racing instinct to they were asking for a lot. Did Yuri Toman have to go for it? Because there was a chance they were going to get straight through into the quarterfinals. Now it's a guarantee that they have to go through the second chance race.
To answer the question, yes, I think he had to go for it. To answer the other question, I don't think there will be anything from race control in that one. Here's another look at it as they wind their way off the corner. I mean, he's the one on the inside. He is being squeezed, but he's the one that goes around by himself.
The thing is, I don't know, because what, Marcel Chinchik finished, what, in 7th, I think it was, in the previous race, maybe 8th? And I don't know.
I think technically 9th, sorry.
I don't know if 2nd and 9th would have been good enough. He still classifies not. Oh, it's just the qualifying results. We're fine. Ooh, deep breath. Yeah, I wonder if 2nd and 9th would have been good enough.
I mean, those are the what ifs. Those are the what ifs that sometimes you let sit in your mind, fester, and you eat yourself with those thoughts. Here's a look at the results, though.
Yeah, Tobias Groenewold on top, under a lot of pressure from Yuri Toman late on. Nikodem Vishnevsky up now into 2nd position. BS competition surely are secured to move through into the quarterfinals. France will begin up there in 3rd position. Not sure Vloche Thrustmaster would be. Isaac Price moving up from the rear of the field to 4th. The rest of the field, Nicholas Matteo, Kamil Grabowski, Yuri Toman down to 7th position, along with his teammate Marcel Chinchik, who's definitely not in 8th position in this race, don't panic about it. Then it's Rick Van Aal, and you can see the other ones as well. I'm going to be completely honest. I think if he didn't go for that move, and I'm not saying that you should never go for moves as a racing driver and blah blah blah, this, that, and the other. I think if Yuri Toman didn't go for that move, R8G are into the quarterfinals. Again,
those are the what ifs. We'll wait and see how Heat 4 plays out. In the meantime, while we wait for that to qualify itself up, let's grab a chat with Tobias Groenewold. He's standing by with Lewis.
Yeah, indeed, Tobias, into the commentary booth with you after a great drive. Another victory for you and the team. The team's running really strong. Obviously, coming straight off of a victory in Heat 2 as well, making those back-to-back. Super strong team. What do you make of that race? You had a little bit of pressure from Yuri Toman there, and he gave it a bit of a look, but it didn't quite work out for him.
Yeah, I mean, thanks. First win for the season for me, actually. First one of the season. Yeah, quite happy. I didn't think it would come on RENNSPORT, to be honest, but yeah, here we are. Yeah, the race was good, I would say, apart from the last couple of laps where I was just taking it probably a little bit too easy, and Yuri was really catching. And then, yeah, I mean, he made a move into the final chicane. I hope I left him enough space. I didn't really check it, to be honest, but I should have been. I don't know why he spun. Obviously, unfortunate for them, especially with the Heat 2 race as well. So, but I think they will come back in the second chance race to get through as well. But yeah, overall, obviously, good race and good points for the team.
It seems as though throughout the season that we've had, of course, starting out so strong on a set of course competency. I know the whole Team Nitro squad moving into Le Mans Ultimate. We weren't too sure how well you do, and apparently the answer to that question is really well. And that's kind of kept up all the way into this point. Is there a weakness in the team that you've maybe highlighted over it? Because it doesn't seem that there's too many. Everything seems to be going pretty well for the team race to race.
I mean, of course, there are weaknesses. If you look at iRacing, we went out quite early, to be honest, even though we had the pace probably for the top 4, top 5. But, you know, mistakes can happen very, very quickly. I think everyone does mistakes at some point. So, yeah, I would say overall, obviously, the weakness is to make mistakes. But I think that's In a championship like that, everyone can do it. So, but overall, it's we have a good package, I think.
Yeah, I think it might be your first victory this season, but I will say I think it's the 6th race victory for the team. Looks as though you're going to be carrying on pretty strong, definitely into the quarterfinals. I mean, for one, good luck in that. We'll see how well you get on. I'm sure we'll be chatting to you a fair amount this evening based on that speed.
Hopefully, thank you.
Oh, wow. Interesting. He didn't say shame that he has to talk to Lewis a lot more. But I guess success is never a bad thing, is it? And he's right, you know, that luck maybe slightly deserted them on iRacing. They didn't have poor pace, but again, slightly uncomfortable. Oran Park's tight and twisty as well. I mean, of all the tracks that we've been racing at, it's probably the most congested the entire season. And so, yeah, they're in a very good spot right now, I think, Team Nitro. And it's an opportunity heading into this 4th and final heat for RAFA ERA to prove that they're in that similar position as well, Lewis, as one of the strongest teams heading into that Final Four.
Yeah, exactly. And if we can maybe see a victory go the way of Will Chadwick or a podium, then effectively they're looking just as strong as Team Nitro. And I don't think it's done for either of those teams necessarily in the quarterfinals. If they get into the quarterfinals, they've basically got one hand on a ticket over to our grand final. It's about moving. As soon as they get into the semi-finals, then it's done. They're good to go. Here's the entry list though. Some strong names on this for the likes of Channers to take on. Darren McCormack, potentially the favourite for the race.
Yeah, keep an eye out for Gabriel Salomon as well for Coanda. See what he can do after maybe Charlie Collins didn't force the pace too much in the first of the heat races. Tobias Pfeffer could be quick for Williams Sim Racing as well, but yes, Will Chadwick for RAFA ERA Esports by EMM team manager. Let's see what he can do, as looks like Will Chadwick, Darren McCormack, Gabriel Salomon, Lorenzo Mangiani, and now a whole handful of drivers are onto their flying timed attempt. It's a fast first sector, Lewis. It's literally the opening corner, and that's it.
Yeah, in all of my time commentating this circuit, if there is one thing that I would love to change about it, it is where that first sector split is, because it's completely irrelevant.
Well,
put it on the exit at T5, cracking.
See, you ask Peter Mackay and he'll tell you, well, it tells you a lot about turn 1 and how fast the cars can go through there, which...
Yeah, great. What a useless bit of information.
Well, I guess it means something when we're talking the manufacturers that race at IMSA, but I don't disagree with you. When you're talking single spec, maybe not as relevant. 114s or so, that's the benchmark we're expecting. And Lewis, this is the driver that you think's the favorite potentially.
Yeah, and this is his flying lap, and it is a purple sector 1 and a purple sector 2 around the final corner. 1:14.797. Gabriel Salomon has pipped him to the post at the moment. Will Chadwick, though, I've got to say, that is not an impressive lap time from him. Half a second off. I suspect he might be finishing a little bit lower down in the session. Tobias Pfeffer, I think, will be starting from the rear of the grid, despite setting the fastest time of the session.
I think he's had the same thing that's happened with Staplefoot and Isaac Price, and that's 1,000th of a second quicker than Gabriel Salomon, by the way. The margin at the front is, I mean, infinitesimally small. I think Mark Neela might be starting the second lap, but here you go. Quick gander through the results. Confirmation Pfeffer is flying, but the lap doesn't count, and it's Gabriel Salomon, who was part of the winning effort for Coanda on iRacing, Lewis, has got a chance to fly the flag for them from the front, and I think some pressure will build on the run-up in towards turn 3 for the first time.
I wouldn't say it's a must-win race for Gabriel Salomon. I think it's, you know, somewhere on the podium, first, second, third, you're absolutely fine. For Darren McCormack, I think is actually in the same camp as that, not necessarily a must-win race. For Jack Keithley, after the issues to Coco Lopez earlier on the day, I think this is a must-win race. Will Chadwick, if he sits there in 4th position all the way to the end, they'll be moving through. And I think those 4 teams would move through if they kind of finish that order. Jack Keithley first, then the Coanda, then Virtus Pro, then ERA. I think those 4 teams would move straight through into the quarterfinals. But that is trying to get ahead of it, trying to predict the future. We know that doesn't go well.
No, and off and away we go here for the final heat race at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. And Jack Keithley's already passed Darren McCormack, who was slightly sleeping on that race start, and so up into turn 3. Salomon totally uncontested. McCormack tries to send it back up the inside, and Grip rolls it. Oh, Virtus Pro might be headed to the second chance race, and now in towards the S's. Will Chadwick holds off Martin Merguli, and your race leader's broken away 1.5 seconds clear.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. It's not a second chance race that Virtus Pro would want to be in, considering their position on the points there, on the bubble. And we're talking about, when it comes to those points, they're fourth place. One of those teams in the top four we're expecting to drop out of the top four and to be replaced by someone else on this field, whether it is a Coanda or someone of that light. Virtus Pro in fourth position, BS Competition in third. When RAF, ERA Esports by EMM and Team Nitro first and second with points having such good rounds, they could ill afford to have poor ones. And with that for Darren McCormack, I don't see him finishing much higher than 10th unless anyone else retires.
No, I wonder if he's even going to be able to pick up any positions from fights further through the field, because they are somewhat separated out as we end the opening lap. Tobias Pfeffer still down there in 9th position, but after a half grip roll in the previous heat race, we got a full grip roll this time around, and I'm wondering how many times did that Praga go end over end? Something only the... Yeah, exactly. A gratuitous European-style super slow-mo, please, director, if you... please and thank you.
A super slow-mo.
Slow-mo.
I'd be all over it. Out wide goes Magnani in the background, just trying to keep Martin Marguli at bay, just running out on the exit of T5. I think we've all... If you've driven a lap around here, regardless of what platform it's on, whether it's a proper sim or whether you've been racing it in Forza or anything else back in the day, you have been wide at turn 5 and probably picked up a fair amount of air.
Yes. And I saw a great shot on social media this morning when I was scrolling. That turn 5 curb is pointed up in the air. It's quite a climb, actually, before you exit over the top of it. Even here, we were talking about it slightly earlier. Look at that elevation, and now under the bridge, you begin that pitch down. What did you say it was? 80 feet or 80, something?
80 feet. I could easily get any of my golf clubs over the top of that, though. It's fine.
Oh,
right. I just mean throwing. That's fine.
That sounds like a fun challenge. Build a golf course around a racetrack, like literally.
Yeah, but then you'd have to decommission the racetrack. There's plenty of gravel traps around, so there's plenty of bunkers to go in. I'm sure the stones might be a little bit too big for a nice splash shot, but that's fine. Jack Keithley's feeling the pressure from Will Chadwick, but I don't think Chadwick needs... Well, no, I say don't think. I know Chadwick needs to do nothing here. He can just cruise to the end of the race in third position and go, cool, that's fine. And with that kind of driving at turn 7, I think he will be cruising to third place, because that was terrible.
On both sides, he put the pressure on Keithley, made the mistake himself, and even though Keithley lost some time, Chadwick lost more of it. Yeah, it's sometimes funny how that kind of works. And that turn 7, again, it's so tight. When you work onto the power, if you're slightly on the inside, it compromises you, and it does cost you a bit of time, unfortunately. Back to Gladius Competitions, who really started out the season strongly on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Has been a bit more of a struggle for them outside of Le Mans Ultimate, where we saw a bit more of their speed once more. Martin Merguli sits in 4th for the time being, although starting to lose track of the top 3.
Yeah, I mean, just about within, I say, touching distance of Will Chadwick. It's kind of not 1.1 seconds. Once you're outside of about 7/10, that touching distance is no longer touching distance, so is comfortably outside of it at the moment. But with the driving between those two around turn 7, that kind of assisted Merguli back into it. But obviously, as the lap's gone on, that gap has grown out once again, and it does seem as though the fight for second and third will be purely Keithley versus Chadwick, and it seems as though Martin Merguli will be keeping his eyes very much affixed to his mirrors, and the run of Magnani, of Latau, of Barreto as well, that are all queuing up now to maybe try and find the move.
Did you know that Gabriel Salomon raced in R1 this year, Hugo? Lewis, sorry.
I am not the broadcast director, Hugo Lewis.
Yeah, I know.
My name is two-time VCO Semi award-winning commentator Lewis McGregor. You're absolutely right, the first one. I did, yeah.
Yeah, because Ewan and myself were having this conversation last time on iRacing. He forgot that Gabriel...
Are you all right?
Yeah, he forgot about that.
I'm better than
Is this the
Well, here we
replay?
go. The gratuitous. Is it going to be slow-mo? Is it going to be slow-mo? There's Darren McCormack looking to the inside, and there he is. Oh, we cut away. We couldn't dare show it to you, ladies and gents.
Must have been hellacious.
Who's at fault?
Well, Dara gets pitched onto the curb. I think it is fair to say that.
Yeah, but also he is.
Are you? Yeah, is he entitled to room there? That was the second part of the question. Now, we had an incident during the IMSA Esports Championship, which happened after Turn 3 on the entry into the S's, where a car tried to get alongside of someone else. Now, my opinion, Turn 3 is more fair game than the S's to go side by side.
Yep.
I mean, would you just call it a racing incident there?
Yeah. I don't think anything really needs to be said about it. I get why McCormack was looking, but when you have those looks, you are effectively putting it on the line and saying, I'm willing to pay the price. And if you're not willing to pay the price, then you back out, right?
Yes.
It's simple as that. Now, you said about the car having some grip roll problems. Had we not had those grip roll problems, maybe it wouldn't have rolled. I still think with that, because it was a little bit half-hearted from McCormack. I think if you're that little bit hard-hearted, especially at turn 3, regardless of whether being grip roll or not, I think that car would have been backwards.
Yes.
So it's kind of one of those ones of like, you go for it and accept that you might pay the price. The problem for them is that for Virtus Pro, with that position down at 10, again, once he settled for 3rd position or 4th position, then potentially there was a chance that they'd be going straight through into the quarterfinals. Now in 10th, they're guaranteed a visit into the second chance.
So, Rafa ERA, Team Nitro.
Yep.
We don't actually. Coanda, yep. I'm trying to figure out who else.
Yeah, who else is up there?
Well, so GTS 92 don't seem to have a second driver. So
no, they had 2 in race. I think it was 2 and 3.
Oh yes, that's right. Okay, so I'm trying to do the math and figure out who sits where right now, and I don't have that in front of me right now, unfortunately. But I think only a couple of teams are very much comfortable.
Yeah, indeed. There are a few teams, the likes of Williams Sim Racing, Virtus Pro, who, because of one solid race and one not so solid race, they'll be close to being on the bubble. Could be an important position for Tobias Pfeffer to get past Mark Neeler for 8th position. Not sure if it's actually going to change anything, but basically we're going to be pretty tight on the points as to who is going through into the quarterfinals and who is going through into the second chance race. Been a brilliant drive though from Gabriel Salomon at the front of the field, and we've seen some good pace out of Salomon before in ERL, obviously part of that winning team, like you said, on iRacing, and between him and Charlie Collins, that's a solid team to keep an eye out for this evening.
And maybe that's why Charlie didn't feel so needing to go aggressive in the opening heat race. He knew exactly what his teammate was going to be able to do. He dives out of the final corner here at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta and punches Coanda Esports tickets into the quarterfinals. The final regular season round of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. I think TC Esports might have done enough as well. It will be very, very close, though. We will wait and see. Rafa ERA should be comfortably through. As we take a quick look at our race results, Dara McCormack recovers after that incident in turn 3 to be only 7 seconds off of the leaders, but unfortunately, it might not be enough for Virtus Pro, and seemingly there are 4 or 5 teams within a point of one another in our championship standings. We'll get to that in a few moments' time. Until then, let's catch up with Gabriel Salomon, a decisive victory in that 4th and final heat race. Gabriel, how are you feeling? That was some great pace.
Good, thank you. No, I'm feeling good. I was a bit unsure what it was going to be like going into qualifying. Of course, I had a lot of nerves and managed to put it on pole, and then just walked away from there. I saw that McCormack and Keithley, they were battling at the start, so I pretty much just got my head down and was like, I just need to look forwards now because I already had a pretty big gap from the start of the race.
Obviously, I'm sure the teams talked about it, but it's pretty simple. Stay out of trouble, win this event, and hope others find some struggles. Is that what you guys are hoping for in in terms of getting into the top 4 and making it to Sim Formula Europe?
Yeah, for sure. ChatGPT has been working on overdrive, trying to figure out scenarios where we make it through to the top 4. So yeah, we just almost need to win today and need to do our best, and then we'll hopefully get through to the top 4. That's what we're aiming for.
ChatGPT, another name for Mac Backham, I'm guessing. Great to chat to you, Gabriel, and hopefully we'll talk to you plenty more tonight.
Yep, see you guys later. Bye.
Always good when you can rely on good old ChatGPT Mac Backham to work on numbers and all of that. Lewis, some impressive speed from Salomon there, though, and a bit of a statement given how much he was able to pull away and get it done in qualifying. And just waiting for these final results. There are some big teams heading into the second chance race, it would appear.
Yeah, and again, only 2 teams will progress from that second chance race, and I get the feeling that is not going to be a particularly easy concept to pick which of those teams will be the top 2. Gotta say, big plaudits to you, Arjuna. You didn't make a pun about the massive fan in the background of Gabriel Salomon. I know you tried it a couple of nights ago. But you resisted the urge, or didn't notice. I find that less likely, actually.
No, I didn't notice. So now I'm going to make sure I do it the next time we chat to him. Provisionally, I did mention that there were a handful of teams within a point of each other. If I'm counting this correctly, 1 point splits 6 teams? That's how close it was on the cut line. And so we'll just wait for final word from Race Control, maybe some more penalty points to be divvied up. But Team Nitro, Rafa ERA, Kawanda, Visceral, BS Plus, TC Esports, GTS 92, and Gladius Competitions. I think those 8 teams, Lewis, are comfortably through to the quarterfinals.
And now let's roll our memories back to that move, or the attempted move, from Yuri Tomin. How do you feel about that one now, going for it? Because again, he was trying to go for the race lead, had a little bit of contact and spun round, and lost a whole host of positions. If he did finish in second position, I know, ifs and buts, but if he did finish in second position, R8G would be one of those teams moving through.
Yes, they would be tied on 11 points with Gladius Competitions, at which point then Virtus Pro and Delatraz Automotive, who are tied on 12 points, would have to have a tiebreaker to see who moves forward automatically. As it stands right now, provisionally they are both inside of the bubble on 12 points, on 13 points, and on the outside. And heading into a second chance race, we believe, Williams Sim Racing, the ERE Race Esport team, Referox Esports, Drago Racing, and Veloce Thrustmaster, all in front of WSR, then R8G, and some other big teams.
Yeah, indeed. I say there's been some big drama already in this evening's competition. I suspect that drama is not going anywhere as we'll get ready for that second chance race that I'm sure will be thrilling, but once we found out which teams are in it, we'll have a bit more of a clearer picture as to who's going to be the ones progressing. But all I know is that there is going to be a couple of very heavy hitters, regardless of how the points play out and what Race Control do, making all those races official. There's going to be some big names in that second chance race. Yeah, big names that we're expecting to go through, not just into the quarterfinals, not into the semi-finals, not into the finals, but teams that we expect to go the full distance and see us in our grand final in a month's time.
And so while we wait for those final decisions to be made, I alluded to it earlier, we had the chance to catch up with CEO at the virtual competition organization, Florian Hasper, in the build-up to this final regular season round of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. And Florian, the first question is, obviously we took a year away from this Esports Racing League concept, but back, slightly new format, some new titles as well. What have you made of the developments in the return of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts in 2025?
Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. Great we are back together here. And first of all, thank you for a great season with you and all the other guys in the commentary booth and everyone behind the scenes, the whole RENNSPORT crew, and yeah, obviously Race Control and everyone from the individual games and so on. It's been a blast. And yeah, now we've reached the fifth online round of ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. And yeah, it's another premiere for us, a debut on RENNSPORT. RENNSPORT, and this is to a certain degree what ERL is all about. Yeah, we've tried new things. We have switched between games and simulations. We started on ACC, then the first debut on LMU, which was amazing. Then Gran Turismo 7. We have never done this before. I think it also was a great event. Then to our, I would say, home turf iRacing, and now RENNSPORT. So I think, we saw some amazing racing. I think all the drivers and teams delivered amazingly well, and it was just exciting to see who copes best with the adaptability that is needed in ERL. So we really always try to get the drivers out of their comfort zones. So people had to drive games that they never drove before, and I think this is really what makes ERL special. And now we're in for a amazing final. First 4 heats we've seen now, and I'm totally excited to find out who will go to Maastricht for the final 4.
And speaking of the final 4, there's lots of intrigue, and obviously any LAN competition with limited practice time, there's lots of uncertainty. But what are your expectations for Sim Formula Europe and for Maastricht in January of 2026?
I mean, this is a dream come true for us. I mean, we've always looked into live events. We always wanted to do this with ERL and with VCO in general. And now we go to Sim Formula Europe in January for the final 4 of the ERL. And I hope it will be good. It will be stressful for sure, because we are not event people. We are no event agency or whatever. So we need all the good people on board, like RENNSPORT and the Sim Formula Europe guys, and the Nitro Concepts people who help setting up the rigs and so on. But I think it will be amazing. Definitely we will try to make the most of it, and do a great competition with the 4 teams that have fought their way through the ERL season. And I think another dream coming true is the car. Yeah, this is also the idea behind the ERL or this final, that the teams cannot prepare, and we drive something that no one has driven ever before. And but maybe we have a quick look at the beauty that is the Vickers H. I hope you'll like it. I mean, we announced this car quite a while ago, together with Munich's Design here, a super design studio from Munich, where we are based. And then it was a bit quiet, so we tried to get the car into a game, into a simulation, and now it finally happens with the last garage, the simulation of Marcel Offermans and his crew. So I'm super looking forward to this. I hope it drives well. The track is also a brand new track. No one has ever raced on this before, so we have a custom-made track with a custom-made car, and so the playing field is level for every team that goes to Maastricht, and I just cannot wait.
And in many ways, this is the culmination of a lot of your ideas, and like you say, Vickers H, long time in the making. So it's been great to see all of these ideas come full circle with the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts in 2025. But looking forward to the Final 4 already, we'll have a champion crowned. What news can we start to look forward to after that, as our champions look to defend their crown in 2026?
Yeah, we brought ERL back this year after a 2-year break, and just to try it out again and see if the concept still works, if teams are having fun, if viewers have fun and watching and following it. And I think it worked out, so we will continue. We will bring it back in 26 with a, let's say, a spring season, if you want to call it like this. So we will have 4 online rounds on once again different or various platforms. I think we will do a vote this time which platform we should use for the 4 rounds, and then we go into another live event, which is crazy. In July we plan to go to Cologne together with RENNSPORT for the final 4 event. So a nice little condensed calendar that we have here. And again, this is the first half of the year, and I think we will do a second season as well in 26. So a lot to look forward to in terms of ERL, and I really want to establish this as a stable fixture in the sim racing calendar, and just building this whole approach of driving on different games and showing the adaptability of the drivers. And I think it's a good concept, and we will keep building it here.
Well, if it's up to me, let's include Mario Kart in the vote for 2026. But it's not the only thing that we're looking forward to in the coming months. Of course, one of the big things that VCO has pioneered is you have explored alternate formats has been VCO Infinity, the idea that an 24-hour endurance race can also be a sprint. 24 individual races, 5 cars, 5 tracks, and we mix them up with so much strategy. We're getting closer to VCO Infinity in 2026.
Yeah, I mean, VCO Infinity is probably my favorite concept out there, or format that we have established. I think it's quite unique with 24 races in 24 hours. We go back to iRacing on 14th, 15th February and do I think it's the fifth episode or the fifth staging of VCO Infinity. And 50 teams will be there. So the applications, registrations are now open, vco-infinity.com. So just put your name down there, we will have a look, and then hopefully can invite teams and drivers to this competition, and I'm really looking forward to. And I mean, you know, this whole topic of infinity, and then there's my favorite movie Interstellar, and we have a black hole and so on, and we also put this into a short trailer, and maybe we can also show it. Yeah, quite short, but the music is there, and music is a good topic because we did an album for VCO Infinity. If you want to check it out on Spotify and Apple Music, VCO Esports, Horizon Ahead. So the music is already there, and now we just have to stage a cool event, and I'm really looking forward to February.
It's going to come even faster than we know. It will be a great running of a great event. And we're just coming off the end of the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship, the 4th competition IMSA, VCO and iRacing have put on together. It's just another one of the many things that VCO is involved in. What more have you already started planning for in 2026?
I mean, I can really say VCO is stronger than ever and more present than ever. I think with topics that we talked about already with ERL, Infinity, but we also do the Grand Slams again on iRacing. This is the plan, which have been amazing over the past years to have these 4 events on the special event calendar that we support, that we do trophies for, and some extra communication stuff. So this is really cool. Then IMSA IMSA Esports Global Championship is such a great series that we support, that we do together with IMSA and iRacing. I would say the pinnacle of multi-class racing on iRacing. So this will also happen again in 26. So I think this is a super calendar in terms of VCO activities, and ERL then in the second half of the year as well. So I think we will stay busy. I hope that everyone likes what we are doing, and everyone involved behind the scenes, and all the stakeholders that we have with us. They do such an amazing job, and we will keep pushing and trying to build, or not build sim racing, but just create stuff that is really engaging, really exciting and interesting to watch, and being a bit of the company that does it a bit out of the box, because we don't have our own game. We are super independent, and this is what we want to use in 26 as well, and I'm really looking forward to it.
I think what's always defined what VCO has tried to do is kind of like what you and I discussed when we first started IMSA, was for sim racers by sim racers, was to do something truly authentic. And I think that's what the Esports Racing League has become as well. And I like that we can sometimes talk about it being esports racing. We have fun with the formats like we often do in VCO competitions, And now we've got second chance race, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and then our grand finals to come before we lock in our top 4 for Sim Formula Europe. What are your expectations for the rest of the night, especially heading into a second chance race with so many top strong teams in this competition?
Well, I've got absolutely no clue. I mean, there are so many good drivers out there, so many good teams. There is a lot of movement still possible in the standings, and let's see who will make it in the top 4. I think it will be really interesting to see who makes it into the final now, into the finals, and then we have 3 teams in the finals and some good racing, hopefully, over the 3 short races there. So I have no clue who will win. I think it will be amazing teams that will join us in Maastricht, and yeah, I just wish all the guys out there good luck for the rest of the evening. And I can just repeat myself, big thank you to everyone involved who made this possible. RaceSpot, obviously, every caster involved, the race control crew, which has been amazing, and then also every individual game that really supported us, and it's really great to see that we can also create something which is cross-platform and so on. So yeah, thanks to everyone, and thank you to all the spectators for watching and following it through, and it really means a lot to us at VCO. And now, yeah, let's hope for some more great racing over the course of the night.
Thanks, Florian, for all of that time and all of that information. So much to look forward to. And Lewis, while I love talking about VCO Infinity and all the stuff for next year, I loved that look at the Vicarus H, the car that we'll see out on track not long from now in our Final 4 in January.
Yeah, there's a few things in sim racing that sometimes I do like, sometimes I don't. Fantasy stuff I do kind of find can be a little bit hit and miss. Yeah, whether it's fantasy circuits or fantasy cars. That's a hit. I'm not saying that just to someone here on this VCO broadcast. I think that car looks epic. So super excited to see that going wheel to wheel. And like I say, I'm sure it's going to make a great grand final. By the way, saying a few things. Obviously, with VCO Infinity, I want to do a VCO Infinity for the memes, right? Where we only do street circuits. We've got on our race, we've got Adelaide, Long Beach, Belle Isle, Chicago. I don't know. Is there a 5th one? We'll figure it out.
I'm thinking. Well, I'm sure we can conjure something up. There's probably something that counts as a quasi street circuit at the very least. There you go. Right, quasi street circuit.
Yeah,
so, yeah, no, there you go. Boy, you're going to be unpopular from some of the drivers, I think that's for sure, when they realize how much they're going to crash in a future edition of VCO Streetfinity.
Oh, Streetfinity. I like it. Let's do it.
It's not bad, right?
Florian, let's do this. Let's do this.
See, but if we're doing this, we need to pick the right cars for this, right? We can't just be having... I mean, what cars have you got in mind? Because I think I've got some cars in mind.
No, the car's a difficult one because it's a lot more... do you just double down on the memes? But then it might become slightly less entertaining. I was going to say we're doubling down. There's no lawnmower in
that's true.
In iRacing, so let's get one of those in.
Let's ask Tony Kanan if he can get iRacing to scan one of those. I think we have to include a V8 supercar, though. We have to.
You got to. But no, I think we use the old one, not the the original V8 supercar they had, the Falcon, which is horrendous to drive.
You are mean.
Awful. It is an awful car to drive. But you say double down. Let's double down. Stick that on there.
Fair enough. Okay.
Yeah, it'll be fine.
Riley Daytona prototype, the old one.
Oh, yeah. What's that new rallycross sort of dirty thing?
The cross car?
Yeah, I'm not sure that'll get... I think that might struggle on Bathurst, but it would be hilarious.
I've been told it's a riot around small street circuits and small road courses in general, but I think you're right. Bathurst is probably... But to be fair, there's 5 tracks, 5 cars, but only 24 races. So there's always an odd combo out. So maybe cross-cart at Bathurst is the one that we drop off the list, right? So, I don't know. We are cooking up some prime material here.
Can jumpy trucks take to normal circuits?
The problem with the jumpy truck is they've got some issues right now with the damage model, which means unless you want to turn the damage off it entirely, which is potentially contributing to the memes itself. Yes, I know exactly what I'm saying now that I've said it out loud. Yeah, maybe.
You know
Okay,
what?
maybe.
I'm interested. With it, look, Streetfinity. We're talking about something which definitely isn't a thing yet, but
No.
I want to double down on the memes. I want this to happen. But let's refocus ourselves on the second chance race, Arjuna, because it's coming up. We'll get away from the memes for a moment, although you never know how these races are going to unfold. I think we're going to have a pretty solidly exciting race here, and might be a little bit elbows out, I'm sure.
And I can confirm who the teams in the second chance race are, I believe. So Veloce Thrustmaster will battle alongside William Sim Racing, Referox Esports, Drago Racing, the ERE Race Esport team, then WSR, RHG, Samantha Tan, Owls Esports, United Sim Team, and 0 Point Racing alongside of Customs GT. Only 2 will move forward into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and importantly here, they don't get both their drivers in this race. They will have effectively submitted the driver before the event even started. Every single team will have already submitted the driver that will be taking part in this second chance race. They can't change it. They have to lock to it. They have to stick to it. So it's only one of their drivers that goes through. I think we'll probably do qualifying again because we'll have to. And then we'll get into another 7-lap race. So it's not going to be an easy one. Like I say, only 2 go through. This is a simple one in the maths. There's no points to talk about. If you're first or if you're second, you're going through into the quarterfinals. It's nice and simple. Even an idiot like me and Arjuna can figure it
out. Yes. Although sometimes we get confused with the points itself. It's much simpler in the second chance race because it's the top 2 drivers who finish, race control permitting, as long as they don't get involved in any incidents, who will take their team forward into the quarterfinal. And that's when things continue to have a slightly different format to normal. Usually we'd have a quarterfinal where everyone's on track at the same time. That would mean 12 teams, 3 per team, 36 cars on track. What we do instead is split the field up into 2 quarterfinals, just 2 drivers in this event, and so 2 12-car quarterfinals eventually get us into the semi-finals.
Yeah, and again, the top 6 teams from that will work their way through. They're already in the race. They're already about ready to go. We'll find out what the order is at the moment. It does seem as though it's the Veloce Thrustmaster who currently holds the top position. And we'll begin the racing down in the first corner. So it's a good start from our pole sitter into that opening turn. They flick through the right-hander and begin the climb up the hill, as we'll try and work out who's who on this field, where they're all basically the same livery.
Well, they started in the order that they finished in points. So it was Veloce, then William Sim Racing, then Referox, Drago, ERE, WSR, and RHG all the way back in the field. And remember, they really have got to drag themselves out of this one. But Marcel Cinchic's buried back in 6th, and with lots of work to do, already 2.5 seconds behind your leader.
Indeed, through turn 6 they go, now through turn 7. They're out onto the backstretch with Aidan Walsingham in the prime position at the front end of the field. William Sim Racing, though, in the control of Dominic Blyer, right behind. And there could be a position switch coming in fairly soon. We ride on board with Rick Van Aal, who obviously was sent off into the barrier on the left-hand side, going through 10A in the heats. I mean, look, got to get onto that, into the top 2. That's it. It's as simple. It's right there in front of you.
It seems simple. Meanwhile, here comes the challenge from behind, and big contact made as Marcel Cinchic picks his way past 1. Mark Neal has also been able to take advantage and slide past Alexander Davidson. Cinchic's now got to make 3 more moves. I tell you what, Dominic Blyer, Aidan Walsingham, those in the top 2, they'll be difficult moves to pull off too.
Do you know what? I don't think it's possible. I do not think it is possible for Marcel Cinchic. Not only does he have to get past Nicolas Mateo, that's actually the easy bit here, relatively speaking. If Marcel Cinchic is able to get past Nicolas Mateo, he then has to close down over 1.5 seconds on Rick Van Aal, get through, and then get past either Dominic Blyer or Aidan Walsingham. I've commentated on a lot of sim racing in my years. I've seen some excellent recovery drives. I've seen some prime drives even from Marcel Cinchic himself. I think that without outside interference, without some drama up ahead, which there is possibility for that, fair enough, I don't think that's possible, and I think we might be seeing RHG bowing out of ERL.
For the record, I agree with you, but shame on you, Lewis. Our job is to make things exciting, to keep everyone on the edge of their seats. No, but I do agree with you. I think this will tell us a lot. How long it takes for him to make the move on Matteo. Now, Rick Van Earl is still in the draft of both Aiding Walshingham and Dominic Blyer, so if he gets close enough to the back of the Williams sim racing driver, he will make his moves. Marcel Cinchik up the inside, but it's not a heavy enough braking zone to really make your move, and Matteo holds on.
Yeah, I'm sure. I hope you're not listening to this part of the broadcast, because I'm sure you're kicking yourself enough. But Yuri Toman, I'm sure, will be kicking himself a little bit over that move down into 10A and 10B in the previous in the heats to try and steal the race lead away. Because again, they wouldn't be in this position, in this dramatic position. Obviously, they'll sit there and probably more likely as well lean towards some of the technical issues that Marcel Cinchik had in his race as well. But some things are out of your control, some things are within it, and I think you have to focus on what you can change rather than what you can't.
Yeah, you know, maybe I wonder, Lewis, if one of their team managers had said at the time that Yuri made the move that we aren't comfortable right now, knowing how close it was with everybody else, right? One point it could have swung differently. Maybe they were also concerned that Marcel was going to pick up additional penalty points. He did get 2 in the end. So, you know, hindsight's 20/20, and so you're right, Yuri will probably be kicking himself, but you can't kick yourself for just this one mistake, right? Because at the end of the day, go all the way back to the first round when they didn't progress that far. They've always been on the back foot in the Esports Racing League since that point, and so it's just not been for a team that was the main contender alongside of Team Redline in the first iteration of the ERL. It's definitely not been what I think you and I have expected from them.
Yeah, I mean, and they're a team that do well, you know, generally speaking, across the board. We haven't seen them in iRacing for a while, fair enough. But whether it's racing here on RENNSPORT under the guys of Team Vitality, they somehow seem to always rise to the front, at least in the R1 competition. They're always there or thereabouts out on Le Mans Ultimate, and obviously back in R-Factor 2 and the likes. And we see them doing fairly well on ACC at points. They're a team that's got such potential, and we were expecting so much coming into the season. They were one of the teams where I was like, no, they're definitely going to be a top 4 team. They're not. They're 6th in the standings at the moment, and that will be the big headline, at least of the opening 5 race this evening, that unless something miraculous happens, they'll be gone.
Well, I mean, just being candid, Lewis, of the top 4 teams coming into the night, so ERA, Team Nitro, BS Plus, and Virtus Pro, don't really think anyone necessarily expected ERA to be in the top 4, let alone at the top of the points, even with the drivers that they had going into GT7. Team Nitro, I think you and I thought they'd be top 4. And, you know, they've lived up to the billing in many ways, you know, held on through GT7 and iRacing, been very strong in those first 2 rounds. BS Plus competition were a bit of a surprise factor, the way they were able to excel on Le Mans Ultimate. And then Virtus Pro. I was uncertain about how that team was going to perform. We knew how strong the drivers were, but it was a question of if they'd be able to link up together. It's a slightly oddball top 4 when you consider Williams, R8G, Kawanda aren't in that same situation, and it really goes to show that this championship is not just about what we usually talk about week in, week out, but adaptability is an intangible factor when we get to the ERL.
Yeah, like you say, there's fascinating teams below the cut line. Here comes a look from Marcel Cinchik at the final turn. Nicholas Matteo to the outside. They go side by side through that last corner and head on to the penultimate lap. An inside look from Marcel Cinchik. He's going to go full send at T1. Bit of contact between the 2 of them. Bit of a door bang as they now come over the crest into turn 3. The last bit of race that these 2 teams will be doing this evening, I'm sure.
Yeah, and indeed, in the Esports Racing League, you would think as well, for 2025 already now they can start to plot their challenge on 2026 with what Florian was saying, a slightly shorter season, Lewis. It's very exciting that we can start looking forward to future seasons and shorter seasons of the ERL.
Yeah, season finale, day after my birthday. I'll be an old man. It's fine, not that old, it's fine. Still perfectly young. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
How old are you turning the big 3-0?
Nah, I've already done that.
Ah, okay. So you're not that old then.
did that live on broadcast this year. Don't worry about it. Dominic Blyer is driving brilliantly at the moment. He's got a pressure on his shoulders. Remember, first and second, those are the only two positions you need to be in this race. Rick Van Aal is putting on a great showing here to at least keep in contention, to keep that pressure on. If Dominic Blyer makes a single mistake over this lap of Road Atlanta, and it is a difficult lap, then that position will switch and Rick Van Aal could be going through into the quarterfinals, and that's a little wide.
Remember, Williams Sim Racing are 5th in the points, so they don't need a spectacular night. What they really need is for Virtus Pro BS Plus to have a slip-up in the quarterfinals, and then potentially a semi-final result could be enough to lock themselves into the top 4. So that's what's probably going through Blyer's mind as well. But one final exit, Aidan Walshingham, who's impressed us, I think, Lewis, in this ERL couple of race wins, looking to add to that collection and bring Veloce Thrustmaster forward into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, including remembering back to the ACC round, winning the opening race that he did, and putting on quite the show in doing so. Veloce Thrustmaster might have had their backs against the wall a little bit after the heats, but Aidan Walshingham's proved them a strong competitor once again through the final corner. It'll be Veloce Thrustmaster and Williams Sim Racing to progress through into the quarterfinals, as long as everything's ticked off by race control. A great drive from Walsingham and Blyer.
Yeah, great stuff. The margin between Rick Van Aal and the top couple, though, it really does show that it's difficult to pass here, Lewis, and I don't think it will get any easier once we get into the finals. Remember, we'll have 3 teams, 6 drivers on track, and across those 3 results, the best team will come out on top, and so qualifying is going to be uber important to set the grid for the first of those 3 races.
Yeah, track position is really critical around here. We've seen that quite a few times this evening. For Aidan Walsingham, though, after just under 9 minutes of racing, was able to steal away a victory. I'm sure we'll chat with him in a bit. Once again this season, Dominic Blyer in second position means that Veloce Thrustmaster and Williams Sim Racing should be the teams to progress through into the quarterfinals. Rick Van Aal, unfortunately, just a little bit too far behind, third position. But the big talking point here, Arjuna, Marcel Cinchik and RHE Esports, they are out of the competition here today. And with that, they are out of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts.
And it's one of the first big names that will fall. Say goodbye to Drago Racing as well. Even a faster lap for Marcel Cinchik, not enough with the difficulty of passing to get through the field. And let's catch up with the race winner, who took full advantage of pole position to convert to victory. It's Aidan Walshingham.
Yeah, and Aidan, yes, a couple of times I've had a chat with you this season so far. You've had a great campaign and a great comeback drive to victory there after some issues in the heats for you and the team. I mean, how important was that drive for you? A superb drive to victory.
Yeah, really important, of course. And yeah, very relieved that we had a good starting position thanks to Francis's performance earlier. He did a really good job in his heat. And obviously I had my issues earlier, but we are fortunate enough to be one of the 200 teams tied at 13 points. And we had, yeah, Francis's good finish, which meant we got to start at the front, which was critical there because it's such a short race, you know. And Marcel, I think he had to push from quite a way back, and that's, you know, a really tough ask.
I think mathematically, with the top 4 teams in the championship standings already moving through as well into the quarterfinals, and with the gap that Veloce Thrustmaster had to them in the points, I think now it's mathematically not possible for you to get into the top 4. Not 100% sure on that, but that's something for some smarter people than me to work out. With that in mind, though, what are the goals for you this evening? What are the goals for the team? What's possible for you?
I'm here for a good time. I'm just happy to be driving in such a high level competition, to be honest, and racing against, you know, the best in the world. You know, it's a pleasure, genuinely.
I mean, again, I respect that. It doesn't matter about the points or anything. It's just about get through as far as possible and just have a good time. Clearly, you've got some speed here in RENNSPORT. I'm not sure. I've not seen you race on RENNSPORT too much, if at all. What's that like? Obviously, you're more from the ACC side of things. We've already seen that transition work quite well in favour of drivers like Darren McCormack and Tobias Pfeffer and such. What have you made of the transition?
It's surprisingly been quite natural to come to terms with how to drive in this simulator. Also, by having come from ACC primarily. The driving just works quite well for what I'm used to, and I mean, we've had challenges with the car. I think it was referenced earlier. We gave some feedback and we had some fun, and we found ways to roll it over, and Dara did too this evening. But no, I found it quite easy to adjust to the sim, and it's genuine. It's not too bad to drive. Quite enjoy it.
Well, Aiden, best of luck to yourself and to Francis Begin, because it seems as though you're definitely heading into the quarter-finals. Good luck to you and the team.
Thanks so much. Cheers.
There we go. Great to hear. Great to hear Arjuna's lovely tones there, because his microphone was muted.
Letting you have your chat with Aiden there while I was looking through some of the point scenarios. We've got 2 quarterfinals coming up next. As mentioned, we split the teams and their drivers up into individual races, and we'll get ready to get running with the first of those quarterfinals. Remember, tally up the points between the two, but as ever, penalty points if you do find yourself under the eye of race control and they deem you responsible for something that compromises your chances of moving forward from here.
Yeah, of course. If, for example, you end up locked on points for someone, penalty points is the first tiebreaker. Whoever has the most penalty points is the one that finishes last of whoever's locked on position. Now, obviously, race control do try and keep an eye on basically everything that goes on, and that sometimes is harder than you'd think it could be. That's some of the things of sim racing, especially jumping platform to platform. Some of those can have their own difficulties to negotiate, but of course do a great job at trying to get through as quickly as possible so that we can get into those quarterfinals.
Exactly, and I think for the most part, any incidents in previous races have been worked through relatively quickly as well. So we'll get underway with the quarterfinal and get qualify for both of them and move forward from there. Just waiting for word. I did see there was penalty points for Alexander Davidson, but doesn't impact the top 2 by any means. One other thing that Florian mentioned, Lewis, that was quite interesting was that not only is the car going to be something new to the drivers, but the track will be a total unknown as well.
Yeah, I don't know what to expect from that. It's a very ominous thing to say. It's just there. The drivers won't expect it. What are we going to get? Loops? I think whoever makes the Trackmania World Championship tracks, I think they should be in control. Get some quarter pipes in there and whatnot. No, obviously not. Let's not do that. That would be wild.
Sick.
I don't want to put those ideas into anyone's head. We will not be doing it, Florian. Please don't do that. But look, I've seen some great circuits be built from just imagination alone. I know Daniel DeFinney, who's a DDF racer, who's a YouTuber. He built a circuit on Automobilista, one that he based on something he did years ago. It's a cracking track, and it's called Thermalia. There's a lot of these ones where you can just kind of build them from scratch, take inspiration from real world circuits. It's effectively how Kota got made, isn't it?
I guess that's how many modern tracks kind of get made nowadays, is let's steal parts of other circuits and then draw some random corners to connect the rest of the lap together. So yeah, you're not wrong. There's a track that I'm trying to remember the name of that I'm never going to, because that's how memory tends to work, where it's basically just every corner is stolen from somewhere else and they've stitched it all together, and it sounds really cool, but I could also imagine it wouldn't have the best flow if you're just putting in corners for the sake of putting in corners. But that's neither here nor there. I thought it would always be fun to have a crack at track design, and I wonder what we could do. You say quarter pipes and stuff. I'm not saying we need to go full Forza Horizon Hot Wheels mode by any means, but like a figure 8 track, and I say figure 8 more like a Suzuka, where you've got a crossover point. That's not maybe totally out of the realms of reality. You could have some fun stuff like that. That's not too common.
Yeah, I think if you're doing fictional circuits, generally speaking, the best thing to do is to give it the basis of reality. If you want everyone to have a good time driving it, give it that point where when you're driving it, be like, is this a real track or is it not? That's kind of what I'm sure a lot of people want. But then if you are gonna go mental, double down. Let's go crazy. No, I'm trying to remember. There was a circuit I raced. This would have been 2013 in a championship called the GPVWC And yes, that is a lot of letters.
That's a lot of letters.
The full name was the Grand Prix Virtual World Championship International Touring Cup, so that's a lot of words. It was touring cars, and one of the rounds on that was at a circuit called Troyton, which is a fictional circuit. It was an R Factor fictional circuit, and it was based on loads of Australian circuits. So like the opening sector was quite akin, close walls, things like that, very much akin to a Bathurst. There was chicane like on Surfers Paradise, things like that. The more I think, it's kind of one of those ones where I'm like, I really want to go back and drive it because I enjoyed it, and I know what happens. I go back and drive it and be like, this is terrible. But I mean, it sounds good, doesn't it?
Well, yeah. Now that I've got my golf sim up and running, the problem is, Lewis, I'm playing some real courses, but I'm also going and playing all these fake virtual courses because guess what? Some people have got some great creative minds in the virtual world, and that's something that, you know, as an iRacing person, mostly, not dabbling in mods on Assetto Corsa or something, I haven't had my fun with some of those things. I've been told, by the way, the session's running, so hopefully we'll get a look at the cars rather than Lewis and myself's faces sooner rather than later. But again, who knows what that track will be like, and you will join us on the VCO channels. Is it January 16th? Something like that. Not far away.
I think it's 5th. I can't remember. I will say there was, I don't think this is something that we will do, but there was on R Factor 2, because I think they use it, they do use it in Sim Formula. They've got a fictional Maastricht street circuit.
Ooh.
Which does cause its fair shares of memes, I will say. It's interesting to drive. It's very fast for a street circuit. Think more like somehow an even tighter Baku. It's mental, but it's a lot of fun. So you know, maybe we'll do that. I've just been told by Felix Van Delft it's a goated track. So there you go.
Well, one of the track options that we did have for today was we had two fictional tracks technically. We had the RENNSPORT Founders track, which has got the names of a lot of the people that supported its development on the sides. Has some of our race control members, I believe, there too. The other choice was the fictional Orchard Road Street Circuit, somewhat in the vein of the Marina Bay Street Circuit, of course, in Singapore, but a slightly different design. And Lewis, you and I, we have commentated on some races there in the past, and it's an awkward one. It's not necessarily one where I think we would have seen great racing, although I'm sure some will argue we haven't seen much racing at the front of our field so far today.
Yeah, I think part of that is the circuit's a little too long. I think we might have seen some better racing around there, courtesy of the slightly shorter nature of the circuit. But I've done a few laps around Orchard Road. You know what? I actually quite like it. I enjoy the flow. I like a street circuit. I'm a street circuit kind of guy. I think it's enjoyable to drive. I don't think it's maybe the most enjoyable to race, but I just love a good street circuit.
So, I mean, you're just campaigning for VCO Streetfinity at the end of the day.
That's true. Love a street circuit. Let's get Monaco onto iRacing, yeah, and we'll stick that bad boy in there.
Oh, please no. Of all the street circuits you could pick.
Don't disrespect Monaco.
I will disrespect Monaco.
It's a terrible racetrack. It's a great track to drive though.
You just said it though. Terrible racetrack. And what do we do? Play racing games. By the way, these are the first laps, so this is the out lap for Mikkel Schmiedel. First time we've seen him since his great performance in the first heat races. Now, Isaac Price, hope he can get his qualifying attempts counted this time, because the combination of Isaac Price and Marco Page could be one that makes it to the final three, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I'm not so convinced, but there's potential. I think I expect Virtus Pro to go stronger in the quarterfinals. I expect Coan to go quite strong in here. And then we've got, of course, the team that we're currently looking at here. Of course, the Rafa ERL Esports team by EMM and Team Nitro. I expect those to be the real teams that we're talking about as those to move through into the final. But that's a long way to go, Arjun. We need to get through this race first.
Yes, 9-second opening sector once again for Mikkel Schmiedel. It does not seem as though he's trending for pole for the time being. Could be Dara McCormack, could be Charlie Collins, could it be someone else? Schmiedel will hit the line. Both Isaac Price and Charlie Collins have gone faster, but Dominic Blyer, after hanging on in the second chance race, provisionally on top. Dara McCormack only up to second.
Look at those laps. We've seen it's been 14-7s across the evening thus far, and I'm sure they're getting more and more in tune with this car track combo. The top three there, Dom Blyer, Darren McCormack, and Charlie Collins, I'm pretty sure they were all three 14-5s. Sorry, it's 14-5 for the top two, 14-6 for Charlie Collins. That's rapid.
Here's a look at the results. Looks as though everyone's times count this time, so that's important. And like you say, margin between them, it's slim. Team Nitro on the back foot, though. That's what I take from this. Rafa ERA slightly on the back foot, too.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as much as Luca Monroe's got some solid speed in him, I don't think he's in 6th position in this session. So let's not worry too much about that one in 6th position. Schmiedel down there in 7th. Aiden Walsingham, rear of the field after just chatting with him. Got to get up into that top six. Remember, 6 teams will progress after 2 quarterfinals. You cannot afford to qualify. I wonder if you had the problem in qualifying that we've seen a few times this evening.
Yep. Adelaide and Long Beach are goated street tracks, by the way, says Luca Monroe. So,
agree.
I don't have a sim anymore.
Only thing we'll ever agree on.
I don't have a sim anymore, so I can go and try out Adelaide. It's a bit of a shame.
Oh, I was watching, speaking of Munros, I was watching John Munro drive around and tell a history lesson of the Adelaide street circuit. I think it's an absolute bang street circuit. I think it's so good. Would love to see Townsville. Or do you know what? One street circuit that I've obviously never been able to drive because it's never anywhere in sim racing. The Newcastle street circuit.
I was just about to say, get the full V8 supercar calendar, please.
Yeah, please. No, the Newcastle street circuit. I remember when that circuit debuted, and I remember I sat up. It was one of the very few times where I sat up and I watched all the support series and everything as well. I had a cracking time.
Well, maybe the strategy to get some of these tracks, by the way, is to let IndyCar go and do a support race on the Gold Coast and then at least get that track and go from there. Anyway, we are ready to go for the first of our 2 quarterfinals. Off and away at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. It's a good jump from the front row as the similarly looking Praga R1s begin to climb up the hill. Bit of contact between second and third as they bang off one another once, then twice, then thrice. Over the top of the crest they go and down into the S's. It's single filed out as they slingshot through.
Cannot afford a bad result here. Any flips, spins and whatnot, then surely there'll be almost no chance of progression. At the moment, it's Williams Sim Racing leading from Command, from Virtus Pro, from BS Competition. Good start from Nikodem Vishnevsky. Jack Keedy for TCE Sports in 5th position. We're looking at Mikkel Schmiedel, who's dropped into 6th. There's a look down the inside coming in from Isaac Price. He's getting too aggressive down the inside. Is he able to keep himself pointed in the right direction? That was mental from Price.
Yeah, but I think he realizes that already the gaps are starting to build at the front as they make their way in towards turn 10. Charlie Collins in front of Dara McCormack as Nikodem Vishnevsky and Jack Keithley find themselves with Mikkel Schmiedel not forcing the issue behind. More contact between them all as they filter through. Top 3 continuing to stretch their legs at the front of the field as Schmiedel gets in front of Keithley and now tries to find a way past BS Plus Competition.
Yeah, big 3-car breakaway. Big drama at the moment is Nicholas Halber for Team Nitro, just 11th position for them. And there's going to be any major points for one of our teams that's expected to be up there as potential challenges for the top seed heading into our season finale. Mikkel Schmiedel in 5th position, that's not particularly safe, putting a lot of pressure onto the shoulders of Will Chadwick in the next race. The top three, though, William Sim Racing, Coanda and Virtus Pro. Is this basically them saying, look, we're going to be the three finalists, you lot sort out the rest of your positions between yourselves?
It could very well be. Top 6 teams move forward to the semi-finals. So we're not eliminating everybody just yet. Isaac Price and Edding Walshingham, they swap for 7th position as they continue to lose track of those up the road. Mikhail Schmiedel looks rather comfortable as he sits in the tyre tracks of Nikin and Wisniewski, and well, you heard it right there, bouncing off the rev limiter.
Yeah, and just remember, of those top 3 teams at the moment, Virtus Pro are 4th position inside the obviously the transfer positions to move through into our grand final. Williams Sim Racing are at the moment in 5th, so they're below the cut line. Coanda are in 9th, also below the cut. So if they get into the finals, they've got a good chance of getting through. But that means they've got to knock out Rafa ERA, Esports by EMM, Team Nitro, BS Competition, or Virtus Pro themselves. All of which, I will say, at this point, as much as I know you think that Rafa ERA, Esports by EMM are safe, I would say not yet. Like I say, if they get into the semi-finals, then they are. But at the moment, only 5th position for Mikhail Schmiedel, and so that means that if Will Chadwick doesn't perform necessarily in the next race, or maybe gets unlucky, maybe has some issue, there's a small chance, small, yes, but a small chance they might get kicked out by a team like Williams.
Yes, no, they're not comfortable right now, that's for sure. They are on the cut line, as is TC Esports, Jack Keithley, whose teammate will have similar amounts of pressure in that second quarter-final. He will qualify for that second quarter-final as well, let's not forget, so that one lap that the drivers get to put themselves near the front. It's been important through the night, there is no question about that. Isaac Price dropped back through the field in the opening stages. A veteran in the world of sim racing, now trying to plot his way forward, but it's been difficult. Onto the 4th lap of 7.
Yeah, I will say, that's actually just reminded me of something. We're on board with Isaac Price there, we saw the onboard of him. I thought we were on board with Jack Keithley. And it's actually one of the things that Luke Craner, I remember saying back in the day, we never see Isaac Price and Jack Keithley in the same race because they're the same dude. It's clearly confirmed here that they're not. They just look very similar. But they are in 6th and 8th in this race. There is Isaac Price.
And I'm hoping now we're about to cut to Jack Keithley as well.
Literally trying to queue. They just look very similar.
I'm not disputing it.
There we go.
Yeah. Although I've always found it amazing, the wallpaper that Jack got behind him. It's a very distracting wallpaper for someone like me.
The curtains are better, mate. We don't see the curtains anymore. The camera needs to do a 180. And I'm sure Jack's dad's probably actually watching this now. Again, I have some memories of those curtains. Obviously, haven't commentated on Jack for a long time. That wallpaper's never changed, and the curtains have Action Man on them. Crack.
Action! Oh, what a legend! What a legend!
Love
Man,
it.
that is a solid curtain. Yeah, how do I get that in my room? That's what I need to find out. Dominic Blyer, the Action Man himself, though. Charlie Collins is starting to close slightly. Now, as we work through the night, Lewis, these drivers are having to start to think about, well, if we get to the final, what can we do? Answer seemingly is relatively little, even when you're as quick as Charlie Collins, when Dominic Blyer is keeping you at arm's length.
Yeah, for Williams Sim Racing, I will say, again, I'm only thinking big picture points-wise here. They are 2 points behind Virtus Pro, 4 points behind BS Competition, and 5 points behind Team Nitro. Nitro at the moment are in 11th position in this. So if they get into the final and Team Nitro are basically in 11th, and let's say they finish this part maybe like 8th or 9th overall, then Williams Sim Racing will overtake them. Or they certainly have a good chance, right, of overtaking Team Nitro, which would guarantee them a position into our grand finals. It's really important for Williams Sim Racing to get into that final. Clearly they've got the speed, and between Dom Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer, they've got a great chance of winning the whole thing. Isaac Price is off the road though. What has happened to him?
Well, does well to recover, but maybe pushing a bit too hard behind Aiden Walshingham, and he's dropped into the clutches of Gladius Competition and Lorenzo Angiani. Here's the replay through the fast turn one, a bit of a bobble that forces him wide onto the curb, and once he gets high centered, not much he can do other than go straight and minimize the damage.
I mean, a little awkward there, but either way, is completely out of contention for getting into that top six. That's the important bit. Mikhail Smedel right onto the rear end of Nikodem Vishnevsky, BS Competition. They are currently, both of these teams are currently above the cut line. Neither of them are scoring particularly great in this race. Not awfully, but not great either. Again, if you're wanting to progress, then you've got to get into the semi-finals. And right now, things aren't looking particularly comfortable. If ERA were to finish, though, this entire event basically by being the 7th highest scoring team, so let's say, for example, they finish in 5th in this, and then Will Chadwick's have a great race, but they're still finishing 7th overall. I think then they are still good. It's only if they are a bottom team of the quarterfinal.
Yes, which again goes back to what you were saying earlier about they're not comfortable yet. Well, Chadwick's got some pressure on his shoulders, but Dominic Blyer has absorbed everything that Charlie Collins has thrown at him. One more exit out of turn 7. Collins a good half a second back, and once more, the story of the day has been difficulty passing at the front, and Blyer, after grabbing pole position, Lewis, never looking back.
No, certainly not, but Charlie Collins is keeping him very, very close indeed. Will there be any major moves? I just don't think it's close enough. I think it's going to come down to a mistake for Dominic Blyer, and we've commentated on Blyer long enough. He's an absolute machine and rarely puts a foot wrong, and that's not going to change here.
And time to hand the baton over to teammate Tobias Pfeffer after dragging Williams Sim Racing out of the second chance race. Dominic Blyer on top in quarterfinal number 1. Charlie Collins in close pursuit. Dara McCormack in 3rd, and 3 strong teams, Williams, Kawana and Virtus Pro, at the front of this timesheet. BS Plus Competition doing exactly what they needed to do. It's this team, Team Nitro Lewis, that will look on this result and wonder what do they need to do in quarterfinal 2 to keep themselves out of the danger zone.
Yeah, that is absolutely not what Team Nitro needed. And for a team that has been so strong in this competition across all of the platforms, Tobias Gronevold has got to pull it out of the bag and win again this evening.
That was a great camera shot of a bunch of wrecked Praga R1s collected down at the bottom of turn number 1. Dominic Blyer half a second clear, although Dara McCormack with the fastest lap of the race, proving he's got the speed. Luca Monroe still in 6th position, apparently, although that was Jack Keithley in the TC Esports machine. And hoping we'll get the chance to catch up with Dominic Blyer after a great job in the first of the quarterfinals. His teammate, like I said, now grabs the baton, as does Charlie Collins' teammate Gabriel Salomon. Let's quickly catch up with Dominic Blyer after a great effort. Dom, I mean, pole position, race win. It looked like you were in total control in quarterfinal number 1.
Hello, guys. Yeah, I thought in quali I bottled the lap, but I locked in last sector, so I managed to do it. I'm happy. And in the race, it's just a full push and don't look behind, because yeah, it can scare you if you look who is behind. So yeah, thank you.
I'm glad you can acknowledge it's scary to look in the rearview mirror as well, but what we have been seeing is, especially with the gear ratio that we have here, it's hard to pass and hard to follow as well. Is that something that you think in the final in particular is going to be true when there's just 6 cars out on track?
Yeah, for sure. Like, dirty air is very strong, so it's not that easy to drive close behind. You just need to wait for someone that will do mistakes. So that's the only choice.
And well, you came through the second chance race, Dom. How much pressure did you feel on your shoulders knowing that a spot in the top 4 could have been on the line for you and the team?
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure and not a lot of pressure. It's like we trying to have fun. So yeah, I mean, I hope we will be in the semi-final and we can grab this top 4. But yeah, fun is what it matters.
Well, hope you had fun, Dom. Great result in quarterfinal 1. We'll watch your teammate go out in quarterfinal 2.
Thank you, see ya.
Dominic Blyer. I like that attitude as well, Lewis, as we'll grab a look at some of those highlights. The run up to turn 1 once again kind of defines the race itself and gives Dom that little bit of a lead as contact made up into the third corner of the lap. But, you know, have fun, let the results fall as they are. That's all you can really do.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is basically what we were saying when interviewing Aidan Balsinger a little bit earlier on the evening as well, and chatting to a few of the drivers. Keep some of the numbers out of your head. I know you were saying there with Gabriel Salomon a bit earlier on in the night that obviously they've got ChatGPT Mac back and running the numbers behind the scenes. A lot of other teams though, they're just kind of just going, let's roll with it and go with the flow. You can only finish as high as you can finish, so push as hard as you can. Sometimes that can backfire. But you know, go for it. I mean, look, we've seen some great racing tonight, but it does seem as though as soon as that first lap's over, it does become tremendously difficult to fight. And hearing there about the dirty air pushed off, yeah, it's showing it. We're seeing some of these great overtaking opportunities down at the 10A and B.
It was a bit of contact that I think saw Nicholas Halben drop to the tail end of the field, potentially. That might have been part of it. That is what happened to poor Isaac Price as he high-sides himself on one of the curbs at turn 1's exit and finds himself slipping off the track. But yeah, action-packed quarterfinal number 1 and now quarterfinal 2 moments away from getting underway. And I'm not expecting much different, I think, Lewis. Like you were saying, top 3 teams in that first quarterfinal, maybe the teams that we expect to see at the end of the night today.
Yeah, look, it's one of those. I think it's relatively easy to come into a night, relatively, by the way, and pick 6 teams, right, that you think might get into the semi-final. Yeah, that's not insane to do, I think, because you know you do have the form book to go off. The top 3 teams, that's almost impossible, because in here, we've basically got 4 or 5 teams that are fighting over those slots. Obviously, we have the top 3 from that race in Williams Sim Racing, in Commander and Virtus Pro. You've also got BS competition that aren't a million miles off. Nikodem Wisniewski showing quite well there. Robbie Stapleford's got some speed in this platform as well and kind of adapts quite well to some oddities in the world of sim racing, including weird cars like we have here. We've got the RAF ERA Esports by EMM team that are up there, and Team Nitro, who had a really poor race in that one. TC aren't a million miles away, although I don't think that Coque Lopez has necessarily got the speed to overcome that. I think they won't be potentially able to. Well, I don't know if they're going into the final, but they might be going into the semis. 6th place for Jack Keithley, not Luca Monroe. Don't worry. I know he's trying to tell you in chat that it was him. It wasn't him.
Apparently his team manager got confused for a second as well, so I'm sure that's going to be one that they'll enjoy. Not jealous at all as well, because friend of VCO Esports, who will be at Sim Formula Europe, by the way, Cam Roger, has totally not sent us some picture of some cookies and just making us feel very, very jealous. I have also been told there are some penalty points in that first quarter final which will impact the results. Now, I'm not expecting there to have been much in terms of penalty points at the front of the field. I did see 2 penalty points for Veloce and for Aidan Walshingham, so I'm wondering if there's a bit more contact and argy-bargy down at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, and they, unlike what we can kind of do in the heat sometimes, where we can move through and kind of get to it, because it's so important here in the quarterfinals, you really do need quarterfinal 1 to be official before you move into quarterfinal 2. The teams need to know what they're playing for. We are in quarterfinal 2, though. We are in qualifying. They're going to begin their outlaps, and there's a lot of teams that need a bit of work. Again, to remind you, we need a good race from Tobias Gronewold here, and it's all going to start from this qualifying. Nicholas Halben just 11th position in that for Team Nitro, and they really do need to get a good result on the board. As much as they sit second on the points overall, they're not far enough clear of the cut line to feel remotely comfortable if they get knocked out here in the quarterfinals. So it is a required good drive here from Tobias Gronewold.
And it starts in qualifying, right? We talk about pressure. This is what the 1-lap qualifying in the Esports Racing League does. Is it puts drivers in a situation where they either deliver or they know they're in for a very difficult race to get the result they need. Can you imagine if Team Nitro were to be eliminated in the quarterfinals? Based on that first race, Bas Groenewold, if he finishes outside of the top 10, it could be almost minimum points for them, Lewis, and that would be worst case scenario, knowing that Williams Sim Racing are having a good day. And I still think Visceral aren't having a poor outing, all things considered. There is a chance they get some decent points. They need a lot of points, though, to jump up above Team Nitro.
Yeah, poor run there for the GTS 92 team, and unfortunately for Estevez, who has had some good speed in the heats, unfortunately that is not going to show here in the quarterfinals. With Marco Pajic now, Visceral, like you say, need a good lap here. Team Nitro need a good lap here. Rafa Esports. To be fair, basically, we can go through the entire 12 car field and say everyone needs a good lap, because overtaking during the race is insanely difficult.
Who doesn't need a good lap? That's really the question. Yeah, we don't. I think everyone else on track does. For a moment, Pajic was purple, but I think that's showing a couple of tenths now dropping off as he flies down to the heavy braking zone at turn 10. He's been showing some good speed as Pajic, who's technically on loan from BS Plus competition here. So it would be very interesting to see Visceral and BS Plus both in the top 4.
Through the final corner for Pajic. Somewhere in the 14s would be good. 15-1, not great. That is definitely going to get beaten. Will Chadwick instantly deposes it. That has dropped him, though, further down the order. Great lap from Theth, a 5.76 for him on the board. Salomon up there as well. Kevin Ellis Jr., look at that. The top 3 in this as well were the top 3 in the previous race, with Don Blyer for Williams Sim Racing, Coanda with Charlie Collins, and Virtus Pro with Darren McCormack, first, second, and third across the line in quarterfinal 1. It is those teams in that order here across the line in qualifying.
And these are our results. Groenewold apparently not getting a time on the board at all, and so, well, we were just talking about worst case for Team Nitro, and it might just be coming true. It is a nightmare so far in the quarterfinals after what was a great effort from them in the heat races, and now it updates and Groenewold is down at the tail end of the field.
Yeah, and this is huge problems, especially because the real issue here is that of the top, remember, 6 teams go through from this. The top 5 have the exact same teams in that qualifying session as they had from the end of the first race. It is Williams Sim Racing, Coanda, Virtus Pro, BS Competition, and Rafa ERA by EMM. It is those 5 teams, which means that if they were to go round and finish in those positions, there is just 1 spot open. That is it. And so for them, to be fair, they'll probably already know that, of just get around the circuit and don't really fight too hard, and we're going through, because it's kind of really high percentage of what they're all scoring here. This is not going to be an easy one for Team Nitro to find their way through. Just 11th position. They need to get up to 6th, and potentially even a little bit higher, and get very fortuitous.
Yes, and just looking at the results as Race Control continues to work through incidents from the first quarterfinal, Visceral did get a penalty point. BS Plus have just been given one as well, and so it could end up being that Visceral are actually needing a much better result from all of this. And as much as, you know, I've been focused on them displacing Nitro, BS Plus, or Virtus alongside a Williams Sim Racing, let's not count out Coanda. They are showing plenty of speed. They may end up winning the night and grabbing maximum points. They need Team Nitro to get eliminated at this stage, and with a terrible result. They are the only ones, basically, praying for the demise of Team Nitro.
Like I said, I think Team Nitro are in serious trouble here. And I do think that BS Competition is showing some alright speed, but I do think they'll be feeling the pressure of Williams Sim Racing. I think Coanda can get up there. I think Williams Sim Racing can get up there. At the moment, genuinely, we could be looking at a final that could see, of course, the Rafa ERL Esports by EMM team. It could be Williams Sim Racing, Coanda, Virtus Pro, could be BS Competition, could be Team Nitro. I think those are the teams to really look at. Visceral, they were 8th in the previous race with Isaac Price. I'm not sure it's necessarily possible for them to get through. The only reason why I'm a little bit concerned about BS Competition's pace is Nikodem Wisniewski did finish 3.5 seconds behind the top 3 in the previous race. Little too far. They're in position though for the race.
No, I agree with you, Lewis, but again, this is what the ERL format's all about, the unpredictability, the uncertainty as we get closer to eliminating all but 4 of our teams.
Indeed. Well, race number 2 in the quarterfinals is about to get ready, and our journey to our grand final in January is going to take a very big step here. Great start from Gabriel Salomon, who's trying to get down the inside of Tobias Pfeffer at the opening corner. Coanda are looking to take over the lead of the race, and Gabriel Salomon, who's looking like he's got some great speed this evening, once again, for the second time tonight, hit to the front of the field. It's Coanda from Williams, from Virtus Pro, ERA, then BS Competition. Visceral with Marco Page inside the top 6. Tobias Grunewald's getting a couple of spots from Team Nitro at the back of the field, so he's up to 10th, but must get up into that top grouping.
Yes, there is no time to wait around. The field's packed up, take advantage. Stapleford thought about a look up the inside of Chadwick, then got a little bit too comfortable on that inside curve and unsettled the balance of the car, and behind him Francis McGinn almost into the grass with so much momentum onto this back straight, chasing down Marco Page. Apostle and Estevez are squabbling by themselves at the tail end of the field, and now some moves up to turn 10.
Do you know what? If Francis McGinn is able to get past Marco Page here, it would potentially be the Veloce Thrustmaster team that would be the 6th team to move forward. Because, as I say that, Francis McGinn's dropped a couple of spots because Tobias Grunewald come through. McGinn, I think, has been around in the background. Tobias Grunewald is up to 8th position. It's going to be a very important drive as Robbie Stavelwood is trying to fend off Marco Page down in the first corner, able to do so by picking up the slipstream of Will Chadwick. This is further down the order where everything's kicking off in the fight for 9th. Straight off the road goes goes Sebastian Apostle.
And that, I think, means Delastraz Automotive will be done as Apostle slips to the tail end of the field. Zimbal, Estevez, McGinn all squabble for 9th position as Grunewald tries to get to work on Koke Lopez. A very interesting watching Stapleford and Page go wheel to wheel, recognizing that they are already losing track of those in front. But Will Chadwick in 4th position. Lewis, he's in a great spot right now. And if he holds on to that spot, and I think he will with the fighting behind liable to start to increase in intensity, RAF ERA are forward to the semi-finals.
Yeah, and if they get into the semi-finals, most likely they will be locked into our grand final. At the moment, the top 5 teams being Commander Williams, Virtus Pro, RAF ERA, Esports by EMM, and BS Competition. Those 5 will be moving through into the semi-finals. Behind that, a little bit more up in the air. I do think that both TC Esports and Visceral would be locked on points. I think there was penalty points over Visceral, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
So it would be TC Esports, Jack Keithley and Koke Lopez on points at the moment, the ones that would be moving through with the top lot, at least from my quick maths here in the race.
See if there's anything more from the first quarterfinal that Race Control feels the need to intervene in. Gabriel Salomon, though, I'm finding myself just in awe of the speed that he's continuing to showcase. And that adaptability. Was quick on iRacing in the V8 supercar, was maybe the quickest of the Coanda lineup, which is something to say, given the strength that they always bring into any competition. There are the live points on the right side of the screen, so I think you are right, Lewis, with the tiebreaker, TC Esports in that 6th and final transfer position into a semi-final.
Mate, I'm never wrong. No, obviously, I will say, those are the live standings here in the quarterfinals. When we're also talking about points, there's 2 things to think about when it comes to points. Obviously, here in the quarterfinals and overall, which we can't do live standings on really, because you only score points when you get knocked out. So it kind of doesn't make any sense. Felix Van Delft has been trying. He did send me the points of if everyone was finished where they were after qualifying, but then obviously you can't really take it into account from the semi-finals or the finals. But that would leave the top 4, at least based on that situation, as RAF ERA, BS Competition, Williams and Virtus Pro. Those would be the 4 teams at present that would be moving through, but that's if everyone continues on in their current form. Bit more up in the air on that one, but we'll cover that off as the evening unfolds. So thank you for Felix for those numbers.
Well, you know, I think he's right, firstly.
Yeah.
Especially with Team Nitro. Tobias Grunewald's done a great job to get to 7th, but he's kind of hit that wall, right, where you start to stall out once the field starts to separate itself out and the pace is so closely matched. He's just not close enough to Page to be able to take a look, and so, wow. As Luca Monroe, I think, put it in chat earlier on, they are falling at the final hurdle, unfortunately for them. It's a stumble that no one would have expected, regrettably, especially seeing the speed they offered in the in the heat races. On board with Pfeffer, the thing you'll notice through that final corner, Lewis, the line being taken. These cars aren't particularly fast, and they take the shortest distance they can in specific places.
Yeah, they play a really tight line through that final corner. It is a shame for Nitro, I think, have got pretty unlucky with qualifying. Obviously, we don't know if it's luck or if it's judgment, but kind of with how they've been this evening, you would lean a little bit more towards it being luck. I do think Team Nitro will be on their way out of tonight's competition. If they're able to pick up another couple of spots for Tobias Grunewald, get past Marco Pajic, get past even Robbie Stableford. Now, look, it will just be scoring then some more points, maybe finishing rather than in 9th here in the live standings, maybe up there in 8th, maybe up there scoring a couple more points in the overall, which could help them survive.
Yeah, the good thing is Veloce Thrustmaster do have 2 penalty points not reflected on that right side graphic, so they actually drop behind Team Nitro because they'll tie on 15 penalty points to the first tiebreaker. So, you know, that's an extra single point for Team Nitro. But I don't think single points is really what they're looking for right now. So, yeah, doing the live points and the overall scheme of the top 4 picture is a lot more difficult, like you say. You only score points when you're eliminated. What we can very much look forward, though, at the front of the field as to how Gabriel Salomon, who had opened up that gap, it's now shrunk down slightly. And so, as much as Dominic Blyer said that passing is going to be difficult, Lewis, what's that going to lead to between the likes of Coanda, Williams, and Virtus Pro? If they are the final 3 teams, this could be a final very much just settled by qualifying speed!
That's a big one for Visceral and Marco Pajic, just kicking it up over the curb. On the exit of T5, promotes Tobias Grunewald up to 6th position. And so for Team Nitro, you say that, so they're going to gain the extra positions from Veloce Thrustmasters and from Visceral Esports as well, because I think they've both got penalty points to say about Veloce. So at the moment, Team Nitro would then be 7th on the live standings. So they wouldn't be moving through into the semis, but they'll be scoring as many points as they possibly can. I think those will be important points. There is still a tiny chance here that they could be progressing all the way through into our grand final. The only problem for them, though, is that after this race, it does seem as though it's going to be out of their hands.
Yes, fully out of their hands. There is no control that they will have. They will wait in the wings to see who stumbles after them. That's all they can really do, right? If Williams Sim Racing find themselves not in the semi-finals, that's probably good enough. As one more look at Pay, it's just out wide and in the bumps, shoved out into the dirty part of the track. They're not worried about TC Esports at the end of the day, right, Lewis? It's at this point, I think, very much just about Williams Sim Racing versus Team Nitro in that top 4 fight.
Yeah, I was going to say it's they'll be worried, they'll be focused on what is happening with, like you say, with Williams Sim Racing, you know, Virtus Pro and such. I think I have to go and run the numbers. I think maybe Coanda wouldn't be able to overtake them courtesy of the points difference coming into it. Be very odd if Coanda are able to win 3 of the finals this season and still not progress through into our championship finale. Either way, Gabriel Salomon is into the final sector, and for the 2nd time this evening, he's going to take a victory for Commander Esports. Could be an important victory, but it is going to plot their pathway into the semi-finals.
And now we wait to see, is there anything that Race Control still has to review that might give Team Nitro a lifeline? But I think that reaction from Grunewald kind of said it all. Has the journey in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts come to an end for Team Nitro?
Well, here's our provisional race results. We've got Coanda there in first, Tobias Pfeffer, Williams Sim Racing in second, Virtus Pro, Rafa ERL Esports by EMM in 4th position, with BS Competition Team Nitro in 6th position of the race. Coco Lopez for TC Esports, Veloce Thrustmaster in 8th. And then, of course, we've got Visceral, Gladius Competition, and then Sebastian Apostle and Mateo Estevez down there. For Williams Sim Racing, at the moment, they are up there when it comes to... But again, if they don't score well in the semi-finals, I still think they would still finish behind Team Nitro. So they still need a good round. If they get into the final, I'm not sure it's necessarily done then either, but I'll come back to you on that one.
No, I think you and I are in full agreement on that point. And so, Team Nitro, we just wait and see now. Final race control decisions from the quarterfinals. Let's see what will happen. But in the time being, Lewis, let's have a chat with Gabriel Salomon.
Yeah, another race, another victory for you, Gabriel. You're showing pretty good pace in this ERL Championship. You showed that on iRacing. You've shown that once again here. I mean, just domination again. Where does this come from?
I don't know, man. It's just pressing that gas a little bit harder.
Yeah, seemingly so. What did you rate your chances coming into this night as being? Because it seems as though the pace is extremely fast. You put in a lot of work into this. What's the deal? Where's this come from?
I mean, I think it's just a lot of preparation going into this. I wasn't really sure because I've done R1 against a lot of the other guys, and there I'm nowhere near their level. But I feel like, again, they could also have some experience that plays into that, and now that we're all on equal footing with right around the same amount of prep, everyone, I feel like my chances are better, or it seems like they are at least. I think that's had something to do with it.
Between yourself, Charlie Collins, obviously you'll be moving through into the semi-finals, showing like you've got some very good speed to move through into the finals as well, and potentially challenge for another victory in ERL. How do you rate this season going for the team? Because obviously you're not in that in the top four in the point standings just yet. There's been a couple of victories for you in finals so far this season, and there could be a good chance at a third.
Yeah, I mean, to rate this season, like it's been really up and down, right? Because on ACC we got knocked out quite quickly, and the same on Gran Turismo, and then the other 2 rounds we've won both of those. So, like, honestly, I would say it's been a good season, but it's also like it could have been better. But hopefully we can win this one tonight and get into the top 4, so we can go to the Netherlands.
Well, Gabriel Salomon, another victory for you this evening. We'll talk to you during, or well, hopefully after, hopefully not during, the semi-finals a little bit later on.
Yep, see you guys. Bye.
There we go. Another victory for Commander Esports there, Arjuna, and another great drive. Again, seems as though they've got some really good speed, but there will be a lot of questions if they're able to win a third final from 5 races and still not be one of the top 4 teams.
Well, we kind of speculated as to whether the choice to not have Gran Turismo specialists for some teams was going to hurt them. And I think in Commander's case, you could argue that hurt them, but again, they didn't perform on Assetto Corsa Competizione either, right? So clearly consistency is more important than a potential 3 wins. So all factors that will be considered. We're in the final 4 races though, Lewis, of the regular season now of the ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. 1 semi-final and then 3 races in the finals before we can lock in our final 4. And what a remarkable ride it has been about the last couple of months. And I think the thing I'm most looking forward to at Maastricht is our championship trophies. Not just little piddly things that our contestants are going to hold up. No, they will get championship belts to strap over their shoulder, wrestling style, and parade themselves as the best in the world of sim racing.
Yeah, Florian does love the wrestling allegories and stuff. I mean, they're whether you like wrestling or not, I can confirm, sat here on this broadcast, I don't like wrestling. I'm not a big fan. Those belts, though, are pretty sick. They are unique, to put it that way. And anything where sim racing kind of, where your trophies, your winning merch stuff is something different, it's something special, and not just a trophy with your name on it. Don't get me wrong, there are some very pretty trophies out there. I've got one downstairs. It's the Nürburgring logo. I don't know if you've ever heard of the Nürburgring, Arjuna. You're apparently quite a bit of a fan. It's the Nürburgring logo, which looks pretty cool. I just like it because it's something unique. If it's just like a trophy, if you imagine like the emoji for a trophy, that as a generic trophy, it's like, sure, I'll take it, but it's a little boring.
A little boring. Yeah, no, I agree. Wrestling belts are cooler. Now, I wasn't at the last Esports World Cup in person, unfortunately, so I don't get a chance. I didn't get a chance to be a part of all the fun games and stuff that you were able to do with Luke Crane last time, but I'm sure we'll come up with some sort of similar shenanigans to entertain ourselves with. But ultimately, Lewis, I was not joking when I said Mario Kart slightly earlier. So maybe what we need to do at Sim Formula Europe in January is organize a rogue ad hoc Mario Kart party tournament.
Do you know what? I haven't played Mario Kart since probably the last 20 years. So I'm actually going to back out of that. Because I only want to take part in something, even if it's fun, if I can win. So no.
No, so you're not in.
I'm not in. I'm out. Let's do iRacing Arcade instead. I feel alright about my pace on that.
It should be out by then. Fingers crossed, hopefully. I'm trying to get a code. That's what I'm really hoping for. So I was really hoping that I'd just be able to play iRacing Arcade all through the holidays. But no.
You are just spending a lot of money on a golf simulator.
I know. Instead, we have confirmed points, it sounds like, by the way. Commander Esports and Williams Sim Racing tied on 3 points. First and second places swapped between them in quarter-final action. Virtus Pro, Rafa ERA, BS Plus, and TC move forward, and it is confirmed, crucially, Team Nitro grabs 7th, and the extra couple of points that comes with that.
Yes, indeed. I'm just looking at the projected points from where we are and where we'll end up potentially. I think so. Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, based on them getting into the semi-finals, they are safe. Felix Van Delft believes that BS Competition are also safe. I am not as convinced. I still think if they were to finish 6th in this, I still think they might fall below, depending on where, like for example, like a Williams Sim Racing would be. I don't,
so you know,
no, I think no, they because Williams and Commander are the only two that could do it, and Commander's too far behind.
Yes,
right.
no, I agree with Felix. If Team Nitro had survived, then there might have been a bit more worry. But because Team Nitro are no longer in play, I think BS Plus are safe. And so ERA, BS Plus, Virtus Pro. I think those three are likely to be confirmed. I say likely because, you know, there's always things that can happen. Race control things that maybe are quite significant. Not expecting that, though. And so it is very much down to what Williams Sim Racing can do here. Tobias Pfeffer and Dominic Blyer need to work together in the semi-final, Lewis. It's the first time they'll be on track together throughout the course of the night.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, I just got another update. I'm just getting updates every now and then as we try and calculate things to see what the Jeopardy situation is. Basically, what's just been confirmed to me, BS Competition needs to not finish last. So there is still a chance for Team Nitro to overtake them, because if they finished in last, because of penalty points, BS Competition would end up finishing joint on points with Team Nitro, and thus the tiebreaker being Team Nitro would end up finishing the round overall in 6th. So there is still that technically as a tiebreaker. Whether that happens or not, again, we'll cross that bridge. But basically, that's their goal. They just need to not finish in last. 5th would be good enough.
Well, we're all postulating on these championship scenarios. If you're just joining us, we had a little bit of a tease for what is going to be the car that the drivers will get tossed the keys to in January at Sim Formula Europe. Looks very cool, looks unique, and much like the track will be bespoke and custom to our team here at VCO, Lewis. And so it's going to be a short practice period the drivers get to get familiar with the car and track when they go racing in January.
Yeah, visually, again, looks superb. Very sort of like 296 or Acura NSX kind of inspired vibes. I really like the look. It'll be slightly updated to look a bit more like a GT3, giving a bit more of a rear wing and stuff. And do you know what? The look of it, it's kind of at that vibe where it's... I said about the circuit, I kind of want it to feel as convincing as if like you were looking at it and thinking, yeah, that's a real circuit. And I think that the real test for that is if you showed that car when it's in GT3 spec and in game and driving around, that kind of stuff, if you show a photograph of it to someone who's not in motorsport, would they look at it and be like, yeah, looks like a GT3 and what? That I think is the test, because it looks cool, and more importantly to me sometimes it looks right.
Well, Florian's just said the car will change and be more GT3-like, so maybe temper some of those changes and keep the unique styling without... I know what you're saying, because GT3 cars have a very similar sort of style nowadays, for lack of a better word. Getting ready to go, though, for our semi-finals. Remember, the presumptive points leaders halfway through the season, Team Nitro, now eliminated from the on-track action. They wait to see if Williams Sim Racing will eliminate them from the top 4 contention and be able to march their way into the final 4 of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Our first time here on RENNSPORT, we've added this platform alongside of Gran Turismo 7, Lewis, to the staples that are iRacing, Assetto Corsa Competizione, and we swapped out, of course, rFactor 2 for Le Mans Ultimate.
Yeah, indeed, which is not like for like, but it's the upgrade on rFactor 2. So those 3 are effectively the ones that we see in this competition as the staples. So it's great to see the additions here of RENNSPORT, of Gran Turismo 7, and of course the last garage. I mean, I'm obviously very curious to see how that's going to get on in a few weeks' time. But I've always said with this competition, it's great that we had 3 sims. I think it's excellent that we're opening up a little bit more. I think Gran Turismo 7 was an excellent addition into this to kind of expand not only into the super sim world, but to slightly outside of that. And there's plenty more. Maybe when Forza Horizon 6 releases, we'll be able to add Mount Fuji and battles around it into the combat zone of ERL.
Man, I love the sound of that. I am a Forza Horizon fan.
Who isn't?
Well, well, maybe not such a fan of the recent Forza Horizons, but, that's neither here nor there. Mikkel Schmiedel...
Forza Horizon 4?
Well, and 5. They've kind of lost their plot, but that's neither here nor there. That's a conversation for offline. We'll chat with Mikkel Schmiedel. Let's see what they can do after a bit of up and down performance today. They will want to make their way into the final, if not needing to lock themselves in, but really, Lewis, just to kind of make a statement that, especially for those that maybe didn't think they would be contenders, that you may have forgotten exactly who they are.
Yeah, sometimes, but they've proven themselves as worthy contenders this evening. Onto the curb a little bit through T1 goes Mikkel Schmiedel. Obviously the lap times that are coming in there, the 22s, 26s, 29s, 31s, whatever, that's basically from the start of the session, the start of their out laps. That is not their representative lap times. What we're currently on is their representative lap time, and Schmiedel's going full send through the exit of T5. The first and completely pointless sector around Road Atlanta yields a 9-second time, which I can guarantee if you go and look up and down this field, pretty much everyone's got 9-second times. That, though, was not a good exit onto the back stretch, getting the rears slightly locked up, maybe a little bit on that curb on the left-hand side for turn 7, and suddenly I'm a little bit more concerned about this lap from Schmiedel.
But not a huge reaction from him, which does not always tell you a lot. He's lost more time, though, in the middle sector. There is no question about that. Who will be quickest? We've not really seen any particular team show both drivers at the very front of the field. You can hook it together as out of the final corner, here comes Mikkel Schmiedel. Momentarily purple in the last sector, and it is a fast 1:14.541. Pfeffer slower, Ellis Jr. slower, Byer slower, Chadwick slower, Charlie Collins faster.
Wow, that was an impressive lap time. What can Gabriel Salomon do across the line? Oh, I think he's been... Oh, I was going to... No, he has been hit with a timing thing, but a 14.602 would have been good enough for him to go into 6th position, but unfortunately he's going to have to start from the rear of the field. What a qualifying lap, though, from Charlie Collins to go up to the top, but his teammate's been doing all the heavy lifting so far today. Collins finally hitting out of the park.
Well, if there's any chance for Coanda Esports, they have to win. There is no other thing they can do. And Collins hooks it up in qualifying. Look at the field, though, including Gabriel Salomon's 1:14.602. Lewis, it's 6/10, covering 12 drivers.
This is what we expect when we get into this part of the competition, where everything is extremely tight, where hundredths of a second make the difference now. And like you say, if you earlier on in the day, if you were setting a higher 14, a lower 15, you'd be expected to be somewhere on the front couple of rows. Now, if you're setting a higher 14 or a lower 15, you know that you're going to be at the back. And that's what's happened to Koke Lopez. But for Gabriel Salomon, a lot of work to do. We have a ERL semi-final grid sandwich with Coanda Bread first and 12th.
And, well, Gabriel Salomon's got some work to do. Really now, that will give Team Nitro a little bit of comfort. Although maybe not, because Coanda could have taken points away from Williams Sim Racing. So, Team Nitro are basically cheering for everyone except Williams Sim Racing, I would argue now, as there's a look at one of the Williams Sim Racing drivers. Tobias Pfeffer made his bed for us today.
Yeah, look, Tobias he's been good. It's not like he was, a few years ago where he didn't make the bed. Now he makes the bed. It's fine. We're all good. We are all good now. I'm very curious to see how this is going to unfold, but I think the major curiosity is obviously who's going to be our top 4 teams. Now, Arjuna, it has never been less clear than right now.
This has been the fun of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Waiting for this moment when we would eliminate all but 4 teams and get the final 4 locked in for Sim Formula Europe. Off and away we go for the semi-finals. We'll send 3 teams packing at the end of this, and maybe their Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts hopes in the bin as well. Colin Schmiedel, Ellis Jr., 1, 2, 3 runners they are. And then Ellis Jr. sees some drama off to the side. It's Nikodem Wisniewski and BS Plus competition that now slip to the back as chaos down through the S's.
Yeah, indeed. Wisniewski's Stableford's going to go off here. And the one thing that BS Competition could not afford was finishing 6th in this group. And where are they now? 6th in the group for Nikodem Wisniewski, 6.5 seconds behind Koke Lopez. For Robbie Stableford, he's now right off the rear end. Team Nitro have potentially just been thrown an absolute lifeline.
But is there any final twist still yet to come? Can BS Plus fight their way forward? As behind Tobias Pfeffer, his teammate Dominic Blyer is now on the outside of Ellis Jr. He's not going to get past there as the Scotsman covers the middle of the track. But as it stands for the time being, ERA, Williams Sim Racing and Virtus Pro, the 3 teams that would take steps forward into the final here on RENNSPORT.
Yeah, unless Gabriel Salomon picks up a single position, then maybe it might swing towards Coanda. There's a look to the inside. Dominic Blyer trying to get his way past Kevin Ellis Jr., who remains defensive at the opening turn. In fact, would Coanda not be one of those teams at the moment? Would they not?
I don't think so, because 10 points for them.
Yeah, you're right.
Although Virtus Pro are on 11, so they're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, they could be working their way through into that fight. Again, it's where it's all getting completely complicated, but Jack Heathley is feeling the pressure from Gabriel Salomon, who will be feeling the need to get on with it, to get past Keegley, to get past McCormack, to put himself in position to assist himself and his teammate into the final, to battle for a 3rd victory from 5 finals. They'll have to get to that point first, though. They're picking up the slipstream at the moment of Jack Keegley. And Darren McCormack starting to check away. Here's Salomon going for the move.
He'll look for it. This could be enough to hit Coanda's way forward to a final. If he can sweep past Darren McCormack as well. In fact, that could end up being the fight for the 3rd team to move forward. Now, this race is slightly extended. It's not just 7 laps in length, 2 more laps added, which don't really know if that's going to mean much as we take a look at the replay of the start.
Obviously looking a little bit further down to see how things were picking their way up. Obviously it's quite hard to pick them apart as to who's who, courtesy of the lack of livery, but that was Wisniewski being sent backwards. This is Robbie Stableford. You've got Gabriel Salomon there in the Coanda kart. Not sure who he was door banging with there, but that was very messy, and he was absolutely sent.
Well, I was hoping that there was going to be no tyres there so he could take the shortcut at Road Atlanta and rejoin without any issue, but was not to be. Word in chat is Stapleford may have had a hardware issue, so that might not have helped the case, to say the very least. And indeed, I have just seen a message from Robbie, so that may have contributed to this position they find themselves in. And the one thing that they couldn't do, Lewis, like we said, finish in 6th. Looks like they're about to do that.
Yeah, and like I say, I need to get some updates on the point standings and stuff overall, because this is going to get slightly complicated with Virtus Pro also not moving through into the final at the moment. They would be finishing 4th at present. Need to see a couple more moves coming in from Kevin Lewis Jr., but he's a second off of Tobias Pfeffer. Darren McCormack's a second off of Will Chadwick. Wow. Virtus Pro, I thought they were going to be definitely one of the teams to focus on moving through. Again, if we were coming into the night, Kevin Ellis Jr., Darren McCormack, 2 of the fastest drivers on this platform, might not be progressing all the way through into the final, where we've got 3 seats open. RAF ERL Esports by EMM, Williams Sim Racing and Coanda. They are looking at present as though they're going to become the 3 finalists here on RENNSPORT.
And I think, Lewis, what this will mean is BS Plus and Virtus Pro will be tied on points. And I don't remember what the tiebreaker is between the 2 of them. So
we put points from this round.
No, I mean in the championship they will be.
Yeah, but would they definitely be? Because if one, I don't know which one's got.
If it finishes like this, it would be. Yes, if it finishes like this, they would be tied on points. So now we start thinking about tiebreakers, because only one of them would advance, and Williams Sim Racing are in a position right now where they are going to lock themselves into the top 4 at the expense of someone else. They have done a sterling job. Pfeffer and Blyer aren't done just yet.
Like I say, it's getting it's at the point now where it's getting a little bit too hard to calculate with the positions that they're in. We'll try and update you as soon as we can as to what the point standings would be at the end of this race, because we're a long way from things being done here in ERL powered by Nitro Concepts. It's been a fantastic main season. It's certainly not done yet. Williams Sim Racing, though, closing in on Mikko Smeedel. But again, if I'm in the position, if I am, in the ears of any of these drivers, whether Williams Sim Racing or RAF ERL Esports by EMM, maybe in the ears of Gabriel Salomon, I'm a little bit less calm. But from one of those, I'm saying, don't go for anything. Do not go for a move. We're in the final right now. Don't need to change a single thing.
So I think this gets even more complex, Lewis. I think there's a 3-way tie between Team Nitro, BS Plus, and Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
If the result holds as it is, and again, I'll go back and look at that tiebreaker when we get a chance after the semi-final. But wow, again, we've been waiting for this moment. We knew that the storylines would only really develop and be finalized once we finished up our regular season. On board with Pfeffer, you look at the commitment. So much downforce at their disposal with slick tires underneath them as well. Basically turn and rip through that opening corner. A bit more of a struggle up through turn 3. Smeedel opens the gap up slightly.
Indeed. But like I say, for Pfeffer right now, he just kind of needs to keep Mikko Smeedel under pressure. He doesn't need to go for anything. Doesn't need to try and find his way through. I think those live standing, we're pretty much locked in. The only thing that can change around now is Gabriel Salomon maybe being pushed back into the clutches of Jack Keithley and Koke Lopez by Darren McCormack. Obviously, McCormack is focused on trying to get past Will Chadwick and his old teammate Dominic Blyer. Will say, you are absolutely right. At the moment, as things stand, it would be a 3-way tie. So it would be RAF ERL Esports by EMM, and then Williams Sim Racing confirmed as going through. Virtus Pro, BS Competition, and Team Nitro, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, would all be locked on 92 points in the overall standings. Tiebreaker, by the way, is the best event result overall.
Oh, and I would wager that it's not going to be this result that is the best. Team Nitro would have... Team Nitro is the only one of the 3 that's won a round, so they get the tiebreaker there as well, right? So it's actually not totally done and dusted for Team Nitro. Oh, how things can switch around as we figure out these scenarios. 3 laps left to go as Jack Keithley behind Gabriel Salomon in that fight for 8th.
And Virtus Pro have been in a final against Team Nitro in the opening round, so unfortunately the BS Competition, it would be them that would be the 5th of those teams. I said when Nicky Devishevsky and Robbie Stableford had their issues on the opening lap, I said it had thrown a lifeline to Team Nitro.
Yep.
That's just it. It is completely out of the hands of Team Nitro. They're sat there watching. I think they might have a little bit of a smile on their face at the moment.
Lewis, sorry to interrupt you, but I did notice that now TC Esports, I don't believe the right side includes penalty points. And so, 2 penalty points have been given to TC Esports, which means that BS Plus competition would actually be scoring more than Team Nitro and Virtus Pro. This is wild, as Will Chadwick now gets on the case of Dominic Blyer, shuffles up the inside and loses the rear end.
And this is going to really open it up. Could Virtus Pro be on their way into the final? They move up into 3rd position on the live standings. We're trying to calculate everything for you. And suddenly, as we try and do it, everything gets turned on its head once again. Virtus Pro could be on the way to the final. And if BS Competition... Now TC Esports are scoring more points and BS Competition are back out of it.
Wow, this is crazy. Well, one slip up. And Will Chadwick, you saw the glum reaction from making that mistake, but he is now the best friend of Dara McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr.
Yeah, and again, they for the Rafa ERL Esports by EMM team, they'll be disappointed with that, but they are on a trip. They are going to the final at present. They're in position. They will already be doing it. Gabriel Salomon trying to make a move here down the hill on Darren McCormack. Could make things a little bit worse for Virtus Pro, but Darren McCormack holds firm. We work our way through this final complex of corners as the Irishman is defending from the Dane. One final lap left to go here in the semi-finals. 3 of our teams will be saying goodbye to tonight's competition, but will they be saying goodbye to the championship overall?
Dara McCormack cannot afford to lose a spot here, because if he loses out to Salomon, well, Jack Keithley will try and follow through as well, and that might be enough for Rafa ERA to be back in the finals. High drama around the last 2.5 miles at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta in the semi-finals. My goodness. We have had our VCO branded abacuses out trying to figure out all these permutations. And it comes down to this last lap. Salomon not close enough to McCormack. I feel one more chance onto the back straight.
He's clobbered the curb on the inside at T7 though, and it's just not going to be good enough. Gabriel Salomon is going to be, I think, riding around to 7th position. His teammate, though, has been out front and probably completely unaware as to all the drama behind.
Whoa. And high drama indeed. 3 more races to come in the regular season of the Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts. Williams Sim Racing, Kawanda Esports, and Virtus Pro will do battle. Rafa ERA, TC Esports, and BS Competition are done for the regular season. And in TC Esports' case, in BS Plus's case, it might be the end of their ERL journey as well.
Now we sit, we wait, and the pressure goes off of the drivers and on to race control and the team managers. This is where things are going to be very interesting as to who's getting what in all of this and who's actually going through, because that race has told a very big story.
And I wonder if there's more race control reviews to work through, but nothing involving Sir Cholins at the front of the field. 1.2 clear of Mikkel Schmiedel, who was able to put things together in a similar vein to heat number 1. Pfeffer, Ellis Jr., Blyer, McCormack, the top 6, with Salomon down in 7th and fighting his way forward from the tail end. Pair of TC Esports machines in front of Will Chadwick, while the pair of BS Plus drivers a little bit frustrated. The one thing they were hoping to avoid. Let's catch up with Sir Charlie Collins. And, well, Charlie, Kawanda Esports are in the finals, but now you have a chance to win a 3rd round of the Esports Racing League, but still not make it to the Final 4. What's going through your mind?
Hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, coming into this round, we kind of knew that with the championship situation that it wasn't, most likely that we'd make it. But I think that gives us all the more reason to just kind of focus on the process and just go race by race, which we've been doing. And yeah, I've been having a really good evening. Gabriel's been driving really well all evening. He made some really good moves in that race. So whether we make it or not, I'm still proud with how we've driven.
Well, that's something Dominic Bly was saying to us earlier, is that, take the results out of your focus and just have some fun. Glad to hear that you're doing the same. Passing, obviously difficult. Does not seem to be easy to follow closely, let alone to make moves. What are we expecting in the finals with just 6 cars, 3 teams out on track?
Yeah, I think you'll see some more elbows out. I mean, there's more on the line. There's more to fight for. But like you said, Arjuna, passing is difficult. It really is. I think with how the car is set up and being on the limits at the end of the straight, you're more relying on someone else in front to make a mistake rather than you being the faster car. But saying that, though, the draft is really strong when you are very close. But it's just about getting very close and also at the right time. But I do suspect there'll be some action for sure.
How do you like the one-lap qualifying? We've been talking about that a lot this weekend on the RENNSPORT channels, on VCO Esports as well. Do you like being put under pressure in qualifying?
I think it's a really good skill. I mean, it really separates the guys who can hold it together, and especially around here with the curbs. And it's really important in this car not to take it like too much curb or not enough curb. So yeah, like I said, it really separates for I think the good from the great.
Well, Charlie, great results so far on the day. Best of luck in the finals, and hopefully we're talking to you in 3 races time.
Cheers, fellas. See ya.
Always great to catch up with Sir Charlie Collins, as hopefully he's had some fun, but like he says, not much that they could really do in terms of championship focus, and still waiting for final confirmation, Lewis, from race control, but I haven't seen any more penalty points come through just yet.
No, indeed, I say race control will be very busy. Well, John, I'm just going to start talking some stats now. I've been taking a look, obviously, on the esports-racing-league.com website, where you can head into the season hub and stats corner, of course, and take a little look at some of the things that's happening in this. We now have, when it comes to drivers alone, we now have an 8-way tie for most wins, because Aidan Walsingham has 3 victories, as does Nicholas Hoban, as does Killian Drummond, as does Mikko Schmidl, as does Gabriel Solomon, Will Chadwick, Floris Zimmerman, and now Charlie Collins as well. When it comes to the teams, there is a 4-way tie for most victories. 6 victories for Coanda, 6 for RHG, for Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, and Team Nitro. So Coanda can blow that one out of the park, and they've got the pace to certainly do so. I can generally see them winning all 3 races in the final with the speed they've been having. But it's kind of one of these. I think this is the first time when we've been running this competition where I'm almost just less interested in who wins and more interested in literally everything behind, because that's where things have been mental.
Well, it's funny you say that, because the first iteration of the Esports Racing League often felt like the story of Team Redline versus RHG. I mean, the number of times that was our final, I mean,
yeah,
with usually the same result as well, I think it's fair to say. That got rather tedious in some ways. And so now we've had a lot more mixing up of the results. Yes, I know Team Nitro have had lots of success. Coanda Esports have had lots of success as well. But I think back to Visceral in the opening round, Gladius in the opening round as well. We've seen a lot more of those contender teams who we knew coming into the season weren't going to be as even across of all the platforms. But we've seen some nights where some of those contender teams have been able to fight with the biggest names in all of sim racing.
Yeah, and also, as much as I love the 1v1, I do actually quite enjoy the idea that I know obviously it's through platform limitation, fair enough, but I do also like that the 1v1v1 as an extra little bonus, and we do guarantee the 3 races to see who's going to be on top. I think it's very curious. We obviously had that on Gran Turismo. We've now got that here on RENNSPORT. I think it's absolutely fine. Nice way to spice it up. I think the main thing this season has been the overall season, and then where we are on the standings, which yes, we have had before, but the jeopardy of having the 4 teams in the final, in a live final, because I remember talking about this before. I thought 4 teams was too few, but then as the season's gone on, I think 4 teams is the perfect number. 2 would be too few, because obviously you'd only talk about 2 teams going head to head, and kind of who wants to watch that? That'd be a little bit boring. But then I think, because I was thinking that it should have been 6 at the start of the season. Okay. I think that would have now been too many, because then I think it just removes some of the jeopardy. I think 4 is that perfect number where you are definitely losing a big name.
Yes, and we don't really know what the format is just yet for Sim Formula Europe as well, right? So I think that's going to be where we learn a lot. The drivers, the teams aren't going to be limited to 2 drivers as they are this round. My understanding is they will have, I believe, 4 drivers in which they can rotate between. Effectively, the wider expanded roster that was meant to be, you know, shuffled and managed across all 5 of the platforms in the regular season. And again, the other unique factor about this, Lewis, is the fact that we'll be in person, and they'll have, I guess, a standard rig that everyone's got to adapt to. And we always say that everyone's got their little nuances, right? They make their seating position that little bit more comfortable for them. Can't do that so much when you're jumping in and out of the rig, and much like in a real race car, when you're sharing it across a 24-hour race with 3-4 teammates, you get in, you make the small adjustments that get it as close as you can, and you get off and drive the car as fast as you can.
Yeah, I mean, look, we all love a good LAN event, and Sim Formula Europe's obviously. I've never been. I know you haven't, because you don't come away this often. That's fine. But obviously, having spoke to Ewan, to Cam Roger, who have obviously been there a few times as a part of the event, it's a great event for us to be a part of. So really excited to see the event in its entirety. Of course, I think the day after ours is where they do the Sim Formula Europe, their event. But how we're going to get on with those rigs, I'm very curious to see. Drivers need to be adaptable. I think drivers need to be more adaptable in sim racing than they necessarily are, because you're absolutely right. We always race in your own rig. And I'm thinking back even to like my days when I was racing. I remember I did a live event in 2018, the WTCR Esports Launch Trophy, and part of that you had to qualify using a Logitech G27. And I remember I was like, perfect, I've got a Logitech G27 at home. And it was my first real punch in the face of, just because you have the same wheel does not mean that it's going to be the same when you get there. It's always set up slightly differently, and those things throw you off.
Same thing in golf, right? When you get to a course, the conditions are slightly different. You've got all your excuses laid out there for you as racing drivers.
Maybe more using someone else's clubs. That's probably the more reference.
See, but sometimes you play with a rental set of clubs and you're like, man, I should buy these clubs.
Yeah, but sometimes you'll go and take part on a brand new direct drive wheel at Sim Expo, and you think, wow, I've got to get myself a direct drive.
See, now that it's funny you mention that, because I do feel like there's a lot of people who have more basic equipment at home, right? A lot of us start with Logitech G27s or whatever. They'll get out to these LAN events, they'll be like, I need to have that hardware at home so I can practice. And in a lot of cases, you know, we talked about in R1 specifically, going back in the last 3 years, that was important, right? Because when you got to the in-person part of the competition, one of the factors was being able to adapt to the equipment in front of you. And so that is a point, Lewis, that has become, especially in the modern era of sim racing, with prize pools being more significant, and teams and drivers are willing to spend the money to make all those factors as minimal as possible. That is something that we talk about quite a lot nowadays.
Yeah, look, it's one of those ones that does make a fair difference. I think it's more important to necessarily be comfortable. Obviously, direct drives and stuff will make the big difference. A lot of drivers will tell you that. But it's about being comfortable. Although, in LAN events, I think it's about being comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that's one of the important bits, that we all have our things where we like being as comfortable as humanly possible behind the wheel. And that's why if you go and look at some people's, not even just like their setups, talk about how they're comfortable in driving. Some people need to turn all the lights off, so it's just them and the screen. Some people are happy to be on Discord and chatting. Some people don't. I remember a mate of mine, Lars Brugman, he was in the middle of a qualifying lap, absolutely rapid, and I heard cutlery being like thrown into a drawer in the background. I asked him afterwards, I was like, what was that? He was like, my mum's just doing the washing up. And I'm like, and you're just throwing together this mad lap. That's mental. I can't do that. But I think being able to do that, I think that is a key thing in a LAN event, so that you're not distracted by basically anything happening around you. Do you remember how much certain drivers were kicking off in ESL R1 when we were in Saudi because there was a camera operator somewhere near them? God, get a grip.
I believe one of the drivers who was complaining is in the finals, if I remember correctly, as we head out onto track. I believe Kevin Ellis Jr. was one of them.
I think he was. I mean, the main one we were all remembering probably would have been Max Benneker.
Oh no, I was remembering Kevin because it happened in qualifying with him. Remember we had that race on the shootout between Ellis Jr. and someone else, and it happened in qualifying. Yeah, Payach, that's who it was. Someone came in and tried to distract him, as he claims, in qualifying. Deal with it.
Yeah, he still won. No, I mean, it's kind of one of those ones. I sit there and I go, from a competition standpoint, I'm like, no, you're absolutely right. The camera operator shouldn't be anywhere near it. But then at the same time, I'm like, get on with it. It's fine. But it's like I kind of get it from both sides. But at the same time, it depends on who I want to tease and annoy at any given.
Yes. Very true.
But oh well, we will be driving around. Basically, what I'm being told is there could be a tie between Williams and BS Competition. If Williams finished in second, they would break the tie break with Williams coming out on top. If Williams finished in third in all of this, BS Competition would finish ahead of them on points, by the way. So it's not done yet.
That was just the math that I finished doing, and I guess Felix sent you that information?
Of course he did. He's my go.
I agree with him. My math is lining up with his. On board with Ellis Jr. and that big commitment up through turn 1. Remember, Sector 1 is legitimately just the open of the final races. We invert the top 4 results, so get the job done now.
Indeed. God, this is so crazy, isn't it? Trying to work out all this. Is cracking first sector from Kevin Ellis Jr. based on what we've seen. We normally see above the 9-second mark. Suddenly slightly below it, but that makes all the difference. Not quite as much of a slide going into turn 7 as we saw from earlier in the night when we were riding on board with Mikael Schmiedel through there in the qualifying for the semi-finals. Second sector, well, no, I don't know what a good second sector is, but either way, it's looking pretty tasty from Kevin Ellis Jr. here. We know across the line, if you want to be fighting for pole position, we need to see somewhere in the mid-14.
Nice and tidy through that chicane. So easy to dip a wheel inside of the curb and rob yourself of some momentum, and that slightly shorter distance down to the line. Oh, it's not the best from Ellis Jr.
His teammate, though, has responded. 14.4 for Darren McCormack. Fastest lap of the day, being a low 14.4 as well. Virtus Pro flying at the moment and aiming for victory in this round.
Wow. Wow, oh wow. And remembering that Coanda Esports very much have got to win and hope that everyone else has struggles. In fact, I don't even think mathematically it's possible at this point. Yeah, no, I think it comes down to just whether Williams Sim Racing finished third or not.
Yeah, exactly. This is the main thing. If Williams Sim Racing finish in third in all of this, which of course at the moment, if you look at them on the points, they would not be. They're finishing it. They're in second and fourth in qualifying, so they would be second if everything was to finish as it was. But of course, we've got 3 finals to get through. If they finish in third position at the end of the finals, then they should be on our points out of our grand final, and it would be BS Competition along with Virtus Pro, Rafa ERA Esports. By EMM and Team Nitro.
Here's a look at some of the drivers getting quick final moments of practice before we go racing. Staying relatively cool is Gabriel Salomon with that fan, although Don Blyer is looking a bit of a, like he's got a bit of a sheen going on right now. He's working hard, that's for sure.
You can't blame them. Their heart rates will be through the roof on those qualifying laps. You can't help but get a little bit sweaty. I've always said it's one of those ones where I always used to turn off all of my heating in my room when I was driving, because the amount of heat that, for one, your computer puts out when it's loading in some of these sims, but also just the heat that you put out when you're that focused and throwing the car around. It's a lot to deal with.
It is. It is what's the temperature for me today? It's cold, that's for sure. I wouldn't mind being in my sim rig as we get ready to go. Just 5 laps in these finals, Lewis.
Virtus Pro, Williams Sim Racing, Coanda, all head-to-head as they work their way down to the first corner. Darren McCormack battling with Tobias Pfeffer. It's a 3-wide move for Gabriel Salomon trying to get to the outside. Bang, bang, bang again as Darren McCormack's dropping down the order. He's throwing it in going into turn 3, and once again another hip check. Tobias Pfeffer for Williams Sim Racing, though, has checked out front, half a second clear.
And remember, if we invert the top 4, suddenly, if it was to finish as is, Williams would once again be 1 and 4 to start race number 2. We will need all 3 of the races in the finals, though. There is no best of 3 like we do when it's just a one-on-one. It's just about accruing the maximum points that you can heading into at the end of the third race, I should say. And so Williams in a great position right now, and I think, Lewis, we know how difficult it is going to be to pass. Let's see if the elbows well and truly start to come out.
And obviously, again, just to remind you, it is a shorter race. No longer is it 9 laps nor 7. It is only 5 around the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. These are short races. They're sweet, and they come in very quickly indeed. And I mean, look, it's going to be a tough one for Gabriel Solomon to even close down on Tobias Pfeffer in that time. He'll be dealing with the pressure of Darren McCormack. You can see how tight things are on the points on the right-hand side. It's expected that they're going to be that tight on the pointers. There is only 6 positions here to deal with, but it's more about how things are going to look after the next race, and to look good after the next race, well, you've got to look good in this one as well.
Oh, poor exit out into the S's for McCormack. You're never close enough really to get alongside in towards the S's. You watch the cars there in the real world, Lewis, and it is treacherous. It's scary, the speed in which they come over the top of that crest and then just shoot off in towards the S's. And so gap opens back up now. Salomon sits in no man's land. Tobias Pfeffer flying at the front of the field.
It's Williams Commander Virtus Pro ×2. We get that first through third, and then again in that order, 4th through 6th. Why Charlie Collins might need to get on after this and try and find a way through, but unfortunately it might be him that's dropping backwards. Once again, a couple of wheel banks coming in as Kevin Ellis Jr. works his way past, and now they both sit 3 points off of Williams Sim Racing if Kevin Ellis Jr. can complete the move. To the outside going into 10A, the inside for 10B, and once again that position switch has gone the way of Virtus Pro, and they sit just 3 points off of Williams Sim Racing.
Yeah, this is not what you expect from Charlie Collins, if we're being honest. Didn't hook it up in qualifying, and he said elbows out. Still tentative up through turn 1 as these two drag each other off of the back of the top 4. Now, why is that important? Because effectively, they are going to be trapped in no man's land. They will not get inverted back into the front of the field for the second race in the finals.
Yeah, which is not ideal, and they definitely won't be, because they're way too far off the back end of Dominic Blythe, so they won't be able to close their way back up, you feel, unless there's some drama ahead, which is still possible. Got to say, Darren McCormack, his race pace isn't quite as good. He kind of really drops off the back of the car. I've noticed this quite a bit this evening. Some drivers are quite good at sitting in that dirty air. McCormack seeming to struggle with it. Gabriel Salomon, obviously, he's only getting the single bit of dirty air off the back of Tobias Pfeffer, whereas Darren McCormack's getting the double effect off of the pair of the cars ahead. But Salomon is closing in. Remember, if he's able to find his way through, Gabriel Salomon will take his 7th victory of the season, if memory serves when looking at the old stats. Certainly would be. 7th victory, his 4th victory of the season. I was looking at the teams. It would be the 7th victory for Commander. It would be his 4th victory, meaning that both Commander and he would be number 1 of the winning list this season.
And again, going back to it, win 3 events, be one of the most successful teams in terms of those victories, and still it's not enough to make it into the Final 4. The 2 poor rounds that they had on Assetto Corsa Competizione and Gran Turismo 7 coming back to haunt them, and heading into next year's ERL, which already having announced the dates for both the 4 regular season rounds in the spring and then the in-person final. I guess a lot of these teams, Lewis, are going to be reviewing how they made decisions, specifically around driver lineups for particular platforms, and reviewing if there are opportunities to maybe pick slightly more efficiently. Because, I mean, Gabriel Salomon, he's been great in the ERL, but if I'm putting the numbers together, Charlie Collins has had 3 wins as well. Only Charlie and Gabriel have won races for Coanda this season.
Yeah, absolutely. It kind of makes you wonder if, with the entire team, was there stronger lineups they could have picked from their entire roster. Now, obviously, there's Josh Rogers. Obviously, they could have picked him. They kind of couldn't, obviously, but yeah, he's a part of the team. But obviously, couldn't do this for whatever reason. Maybe it's not.
Unless we're gonna run all Porsches, I think it's hard to get a Josh Rogers, regrettably.
Yeah, that's true. But then also Charlie Collins is part of that.
Yes.
Not as
I said hard, not impossible.
No, not impossible. Yeah, exactly. But then you've got like there's plenty of drivers in that team that could be get Mac Backham out of retirement. Whether that actually he will tell you that he would be as fast as the other drivers in the team though. Who knows?
You know,
just went for the banner. Get Mac in.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. We haven't had Mac Backham in any of the staff races, so clearly he's still fast enough that he doesn't want to show us just how quick he is.
Yeah, so Mac, if you're listening, you are listening, surely. Get back in the rig. I know you retired, but come on. Tobias Pfeffer, though, weirdly enough, I'm looking on the statistics. I've not seen him win at all this season, so that'll be a first one for him. He'll become the 26th different winner of the season as he crosses the line for a very important victory for Williams Sim Racing. They are on the cusp of potentially going through into our grand final.
Yeah, and I think it is going to be difficult for anybody else to interrupt them. I don't think Coanda or Virtus Pro showed the speed in that race, Lewis, that they're going to disrupt them once we flip the results back around, although Virtus Pro will take heart, I think, with Dara McCormack being on the front row at the very least.
Yeah, indeed. So we've got Tobias Pfeffer there in first, Gabriel Salomon, Dara McCormack, Dominic Blyett, Kerry Ennis Jr., Charlie Collins. It's Williams, Coanda, Virtus Pro, Williams, Virtus Pro, Coanda. That means that Williams are 3 points clear. And again, like you say, when they get reversed, it'll be Dominic Blyett up at the front. But Dara McCormack, do remember, had the pole position and got dropped down to third, courtesy of Gabriel Salomon making it 3 wide into that opening corner. The chance of that happening again, potentially fairly high. The reason we're keeping a very close eye on all of this, at present, the 4 teams that would be moving through, if everything was to continue on as it's running, it would be RAF ERA Esports by EMM, it would be Virtus Pro, it would be Team Nitro, who have been thrown an unbelievable lifeline, and Williams Sim Racing. Those would be the teams at the moment that would be moving through, I believe.
I don't think that's changing. I think that is what we will get in 10 more laps time. We've got 2 more of these final races to come, Lewis, but the journey to Maastricht is almost having its final chapter written, and then these drivers get a bit of time to touch grass, be with their friends, their family, enjoy the final days in 2025, and then their focus will swiftly shift over to the competition itself and starting to pick their way through the various things that they need to be focused on. I mean, that is the reality of these teams that are at this level, right? Is that they will look at every little nuance, every gray area they can find to try and find every bit of advantage they can.
Yeah, indeed. I will say, I'm just going to throw Cat Monk's pigeon. I don't know if anything's been completed by race control or whatever. I mean, maybe you can go and have a look. I actually can't see that bit. But I do, if you look on the website, BS Competition have... Oh, no, it's because... No, it wouldn't be. They've finished 2 points ahead of Team Nitro, which at the moment would give them, I think, 94 points, which would put them a point ahead of Team Nitro, meaning Nitro couldn't get ahead of them.
But that's not correct.
True.
Yeah, that seems incorrect because Team Nitro finished 7th, BS Plus finished 6th. There's only a 1 point difference between them.
Yeah, but this is because this is saying that BS Competition finished 5th.
I call shenanigans.
They could not have done, surely.
What I will confirm, by the way, is that no protests have been filed for race 1, and so those results are official. We are ready to move forward to race 2 of 3 in our finals. Now, I will go and look, Lewis, to see if I can find anything about the points, but no, I think we have been correct in our assumptions through the day that BS Plus... Yeah, okay, yes.
It's wrong. It's wrong.
Good.
We're fine. We are good. So it is BS Competition and Team Nitro that are locked on the same amount of points. And again, it's Williams Sim Racing who effectively need to finish first or second in this. So we're where we were. That's fine. Nothing's changed. Just a bit of drama to chuck into the broadcast. You said I don't do it enough, and so here we go. I'm just making stuff up.
Said you do it too much, I think. Joachim Frenoche says Mac just doesn't have a rig right now and is using it as an excuse. Well, fair play, Mac. I'm doing the same thing as you, so I don't blame you.
Yeah, that's fair. I do have a rig though. I've got a wheel right in front of me, so you know, I can take the sim racing whenever I want. I just choose not to because I'm kind of useless these days. You'll probably sit there and be like, "No, I'm always like a pro G or whatever at the driving." But no, I'm always. Every time I drive, I'm like, "Oh, I'm much worse at this than I remember."
Oh no, that is me every time I do jump back behind the wheel of a sim rig. Sim Racing Expo was. I thought it was going to tempt me into buying a rig. What it really made me realize is that I don't find competitive... Well, that, but I also don't find competitive sim racing fun anymore. So me having a rig is kind of pointless.
Every time I take part in an online race, everyone's like, oh my god, that was so much fun. I'm like, I literally, all I was thinking about was going to play Transport Fever 2. That's how interested I was in what was going on. I'm just like, well, yeah, but like the strategy I'm going on, I'm like, what am I doing? Like, I just can't. Basically, I think I've passed the point where I'm too old. Now, this is where I think the age cutoff limit is for sim racing. You just kind of get focused on live a bit too much, then you just go and play some just different game.
Golf, got it. Okay.
Golf, yeah. I was at the driving range earlier on today. I was hitting terrible shots actually, but it's fine.
It's only 4:30 here. I've got enough time to hit some balls before it gets late and my neighbors start complaining about the noise coming from my apartment.
Your driver must sound mental in that, by the way.
Well, I haven't hit anything higher than an 8-iron because I hit an 8-iron and hit the top of my roof. So...
Oh no!
Height limitations. We are working with some limitations.
That's some money well spent, that is.
I know. It's okay. I'm going to become absolutely ace with my wedge game. I am going to be... I'm trying to come up with a nickname, but nothing appropriate springing to mind. Just being told, by the way, we do have qualifying again. I was under the impression we inverted the top 4, but maybe I'm wrong there.
No, I think you are right. It is the top 4's being inverted. It's just where we were in the sessions, because obviously we did have it earlier on in the evening where the grid order for the second chance race was set from. So we are setting the grid, and so it will be the top 4 reversed, as you so rightly assumed.
Yes, so it is indeed the reverse of the top 4. Now, that does mean that we still have to qualify for the third of the races in these finals, so we get one more of the qualifying sessions in a moment. But invert the top 4 and send them once more. The Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta, it's once more Williams Sim Racing, but this time Dominic Blyer at the front. Dar McCormack has struggled with his starts and once again passed as Gabriel Salomon slips through and into the wall hard for Kevin Ellis Jr. at the back of the field.
It's bad for Virtus Pro, really bad for Virtus Pro, and unfortunately also really bad for BS Competition, who with Virtus Pro being now 7 points off of Williams Sim Racing, the likelihood of Williams Sim Racing finishing third of this group drops basically through the floor. I don't think that's really going to happen in that third race unless they drop it hard in this race. It could mean that Williams are booking their place into our grand final.
I think at this point it's going to take their self-implosion for anything to change. Really, I really now want to just wonder if Gabriel Salomon has enough to be able to pass Dominic Blyer and win another race here in the Esports Racing League. It is not going to be easy. We know just how difficult it is to pass. And with a stern defensive operator like Dominic Blyer at the front of the field, no more tough challenges. Back of the pack, it's Tobias Pfeffer and Charlie Collins squabbling for 4th and 5th positions.
Yeah, obviously, speaking of the stats, Dom Blyer has a single victory to his name, so if he wins this one and the next one, then he would also be joined on 3 different victories. There's Charlie Collins, who we caught up with after the semi-finals, 5th position in this, once again sitting outside of the top 4. We've got Kevin Ellis Jr. a ways behind, and that one's certainly not going to change, and unless there's some major drama. But right now he does need to pick up a couple of spots on Pfeffer, on McCormack, maybe, if they want to win this final. So far, I think their final record this season, they've been in 2 of them, and they've won 2 of them. This will be the first time they've been in the final and lost.
It's not a bad record. Now, I don't think there's any advantage to the seedings. You just want to be in the top 4 and be part of Sim Formula Europe's final round of the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts, or Williams Sim Racing. Given how the semi-finals gone, they have exploded with that speed, and really things have played out perfectly for them. Update on how the grid is set for the third race, by the way. It is from lap times, and so there is some importance, Lewis, to being able to set some fast lap times right now. You couldn't discount Kevin Ellis Jr. from starting on pole position for the third and final race.
yeah, got some clean air ahead, and for Virtus Pro that could be a very important thing to do to back off and set a quality lap time, although that whack probably would have done his tyres any good, as well as the rear of the car into T1, rotation on the outside, getting squeezed off a little bit onto the curb, and then just losing the rear end. See, the curbs are quite raised around here. Talking about this a bit yesterday with some of the circuits we were racing at in our holiday event. Of course, the cross-play event here in RENNSPORT, and some of the curbs we were racing on there, being Monza, Hockenheimring, and Spa, are pretty flat. So the curbs around here, for the most part, are not really to be toyed with too much. You can use them, but not toy with them. You've got to be on edge every time you go over them.
Yes, no, they are large in some cases. I mean, look at what happened to McCormack at turn 3 earlier today. Big flip for him in the earlier stages. Just 2 laps left to go now. Blier's got the gap. And once more, it's just another race, Lewis, which is fairly processional. Hard to pass, qualifying important. And so I'm maybe a bit surprised that some of these drivers aren't, and maybe they don't know of how the grid is set for the 3rd race in the finals. A bit surprised they don't try and back up, get a bit of clean air. Remember, Charlie Collins was telling us earlier that dirty air was big in this car.
Yeah, but then you're still fighting for positions, you're still fighting for what you can get. You can maybe gain a couple of spots in this race and score the important points on it rather than giving up and trying to set the files up. I get what you mean, but by that point it could already be over. You've got to fight for what you can get here. And also, we're quite late in the race where the tyres probably have overheated regardless. Live points, by the way. Obviously, you've got the live standings on the top right. That is for us here in the finals right now. Williams Sim Racing 5 points clear of Commander, and Virtus Pro 7 points off of the lead. I'll keep my eye on Charlie Collins, see if he goes for anything. At the moment, in the overall standings, if everything finishes as it's currently running, RAF Esports by EMM would have 99 points in the overall standings. Williams Sim Racing would have 93, Virtus Pro would have 93, and Team Nitro and BS Competition would be locked on 92 as they are or both out. The tie back on that would go to Team Nitro. Let's see Charlie Collins try and make this move though.
Around the outside, and they do make contact with their door handle. It's left him in the vulnerable position to being squeezed out wide. He's looking faster, there is no question of that in my mind. In the grass, on the inside of the curb, slingshotting down to the S's. And this is where I was wondering if Lewis was correct. He is fighting for position on track, but if you were thinking about grid positioning, then Charlie Collins had done something different. Meanwhile, Dominic Blier set for a 2nd win on the night here on RENNSPORT.
Indeed, superb driving from the Williams Sim Racing driver, potentially a victory away from Williams Sim Racing, taking the final victory here, potentially putting themselves in position to move straight through into our grand final. They really are in position for it at the moment. They're doing a brilliant job. Only a disastrous final race could steal that away from them.
And hoping they can avoid any dramas. It's 2 wins in 2 races in the finals here. An Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts on RENNSPORT. And Dominic Blier, no reaction as he crosses the line to win his 2nd race of the night, with Gabriel Salomon in close pursuit. Williams Sim Racing 1 step closer to our top 4. 1 more race remaining in the regular season, Lewis, before we look forward to Sim Formula Europe in January.
The reason why there's not much of a reaction is because all of these drivers are well aware that they know that the job is not done. The job still has another 5-lap race to deal with, and that's going to be the important point. They're still going to have to fight their way through. It's not over till it's over. And again, a disastrous final race could still unseat things for Williams. Unlikely, yes. Possible, also yes.
There's a look at, it says race results, but it's showing lap times as well. So I'm trying to determine if that's helping us figure out our grid. Is it going to be Kevin Ellis Jr., then Gabriel Salomon on the front row?
I think so.
And Dom Blier, Dara McCormack, row 2?
Indeed, those are the lap times they've set in that session. Charlie Collins, maybe you could have followed your advice, backed off and maybe set a good time like Kevin Ellis Jr., but it does seem as though Kevin Ellis Jr. will be the one starting from pole in our final race of the online season. Our final race of 2025 as well.
Yeah. That is a wild thing to say. Not to say that you and I don't have more broadcasts to do, just more that this is the last one for the VCO Esports team. And it's not long, Lewis, before we roll into Maastricht for Sim Formula Europe. It's a big weekend, not just because of our Final Four. It's also the first of the VCO Grand Slams in 2026, the iRacing Daytona 24.
Yeah, whether we'll be sneaking off to go and do any comms on that will be main to be seen. I'm sure we'll be doing something on it. I'm certainly up for it. Take my audio equipment over. I'm sure probably, obviously, me, you and Cam are all over there. We all want to commentate on the VCA Grand Slam. The Daytona 24 is such a fun race.
Yes, we may have to commentate on the first hour of it, then jump over to our ERL Final Four, which means that anyone who watches the Daytona 24 might get a sneak peek of the venue and anything special that we'll have there. I haven't seen anything from Race Control as to the order. I did just see there was one protest that has just come in, so that won't be ideal. One thing for them to start to pick their way through. But the grid, Ellis Jr., Salomon, Blyer, McCormack, Pfeffer, and Collins. That is apparently confirmed, Lewis. No surprises for us there.
No, absolutely not. What we saw in all of that, again, fascinating, but that will indeed be the grid, yes. So I'm just having a little look as to basically how things need to unfold. I've been sent a screenshot from Felix, and I was like, is this the grid order? This isn't a grid order. Basically, for Williams to finish third, which, of course, the reason why we're focusing on that is because that is the important thing as to whether BS competition will be proceeding instead of Williams Sim Racing. Pfeffer and Blyer would need to finish 5th and 6th, so they would need to finish last. That's kind of expected, and the order has to be Virtus Pro Commander, Virtus Pro Commander. That's it. That is how it has to finish for Virtus Pro to score and Commander to score the required points to then finish ahead of Williams. So a very specific order required here, meaning that for BS competition, as much as I'm sure that all of them behind the scenes are fingers, toes, anything else crossed, whatever they can do, they're probably at this point going to end the evening pretty arms crossed and smug. Also smug, sad at the moment, and less smug. But
yes,
you never know. It's possible.
No, I mean, it needed a bit more to go their way in the first two races of the finals, if we're being honest. 2 wins from Williams, it's kind of put them on the right tone as we prepare ourselves for this final race. One thing being reviewed by Race Control, so I think that might just be what is the hold-up right now. Haven't been given any instructions as to what's going on, and so we will let you know once we hear on that. The incident under reviews between Virtus Pro and Coanda, so crucially, nothing involving the Williams Sim Racing team.
No, indeed, which I think if either of them two teams if either of them get a penalty, it's done. Which is kind of one of those weird ones, right? If you're Williams, you kind of want them to get a penalty because then it doesn't matter how it goes, because even if you do get that random order, because then Williams would be guaranteed second in the group, then BS competition are out. BS competition is sat there praying that no one gets a penalty and that everything's fair. It's so complicated and so tricky, unless basically unless Williams get a whopper of a penalty, which of course they're not the ones under investigation.
Apparently some of our teams didn't realize what the format was tonight, by the way, because Gabriel Salomon is apparently surprised that there is a third race in these finals to get to. Yeah, no, we always say ignorance is not an excuse. Read the rule book. Some of them apparently forgot to read the briefing that spelled that one out. But yes, 3 races tonight, as we have been mentioning through the course of the previous 4 hours or so, in the final round of the regular season in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. Arjuna Kankipati, Lewis McLeod, getting ready to wind up the year, and 4 teams locked in to our in-person finale next year. We're going to have to get you a box to stand on, I think, Lewis.
Nah, I'm all right. Ewan had 2 boxes in 23, if I remember correctly. And then we were all sat down for 24, so it's fine. That was, of course, in Games 8 in the Esports World Cup. But look, it's fine. Will we be stood up or sat down?
We'll find out. I guess the other question, are we going to play golf before?
Depends if we get to drive over and take my car, my golf clubs. Also, I've tried playing golf in the Netherlands before.
Golf in the Netherlands in January also doesn't sound great, if I'm being honest.
Spenny, mate.
Well, that and the weather is what I was concerned about.
Weather will be alright. You just play in the wet. It's fine.
Preferred lies. That's what we'll do.
Preferred lies is anything past November. Anything past October. October to about April is just preferred lies. And if you're not in that, I mean, who cares? I'm playing preferred lies anyway.
You might as well. I have been told racing in 20 seconds. And Lewis, it's been a fun ride. We missed you for Gran Turismo 7, iRacing. Although I say missed you. It's nice to have you in to sprinkle in for a little bit. But it's been a remarkable journey this regular season. Great to have the Esports Racing League back. And now just one more race this year. Let's get into it.
Yeah, indeed. 6 cars once again doing battle to seal away a solid victory. It's Williams Sim Racing, it's Virtus Pro, it is Coanda, all fighting over positions to steal a victory. It's Kevin Ennis Jr. though leading from pole position, having set the fast lap in the previous race. It's going to be a comfortable lead for him down into the opening corner. Gabriel Salomon in second position. If he can steal a victory in this race, he will be number 1 on the all-time on the winners list this season. As there's a spin for Charlie Collins in the background, that'll remove Coanda from the chances of doing anything special here tonight. And unfortunately, that spin will also remove them from, will remove BS Competition from their chances of moving through into the grand final.
Well, the effort from Coanda was never in question. It's a shame that we won't see them in the Final 4 after winning 2 of 5 of our regular season events. And now it's Williams Sim Racing with a golden opportunity to grab this momentum and head to Sim Formula Europe with lots of energy on their side. Now Tobias Pfeffer, Dominic Bauer are at the tail end of the field. Lewis, what they don't need to do right now, pick up penalty points, get themselves in trouble.
Yeah, if they pick up penalty points in this race, they are in danger. At the moment, even finishing in 4th and 5th, you can see them there, they would win this round. And more importantly, if they finish 1st or 2nd in those live standings on the right-hand side, so even if Darren McCormack is able to get ahead of Gabriel, which actually even wouldn't put them in position, they still wouldn't win, but it's fine. Even if something dramatic were to happen or whatever, basically Williams Sim Racing will be progressing through into our grand final. They are in. They've done the work this evening. They've put on a brilliant show of Dominic Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer. Maybe they've got a little bit fortuitous with some of the other stuff that's happened, but right now they are in the correct position to seal victory this evening and to seal their place in our final.
Hey, you make your own luck sometimes, right? What was it? Was a Gary Player that said the more I practice, the luckier I seem to get? You put yourself in the right place at the right time, and I think that's kind of what has happened here tonight. Some teams have tried to do that. It hasn't all fallen their way. Look at the Team Nitro example. Yes, they'll make it to the Final 4, but by the skin of their teeth. Whereas for Virtus Pro, I mean, look through the season, Lewis. You thought they would be the favorites here tonight. It has not been easy for them by any means, and so, again, you make your own luck sometimes. As we grab a look at the start, and Charlie Collins trying to work his way forward from the tail end, gets unstuck at turn number 3.
Yeah, trying to find his way past and just getting that all very wrong, unfortunately. And just a bit awkward at turn 3 there. He's trying to battle with Tobias Pfeffer. And here we go into turn 3 from up above. About halfway alongside, but the car's really unseated. I think Pfeffer did give him enough room. But yeah, spin coming in there, just a touch. Just a touch awkward. Virtus Pro though, even with where they are in this, they are moving through into our grand final. So at least that side for them, they'll be pretty happy with that. Yes, they came into this evening as favourites and it's not worked out for them. But they're still here in the final. And they're still scoring decently. And they may end up winning the last race, just not winning the final overall.
Yes. And really, well, we were saying this earlier, right? There's no real difference to where you finish inside of the top 4. You just need to be there and be part of the, I guess we'll call it a playoffs, if you will. Our final event on the last garage. I wonder how you now pick your drivers, because we ended up seeing Darren McCormack across, I think, 4 of the 5 platforms. He ended up needing to miss 1 round, but he did say early doors, Lewis, he was committed to the multi-platform nature of the competition. But once we get to Maastricht, you can bring all 5 of the drivers. You need to use a minimum of 3 of them. There are 2 drivers that could show up and effectively be paperweights.
Yeah, but you get a nice little holiday in the Netherlands. It's fine. I think Darren McCormack and Kevin Ellis Jr. In fact, they've got some really good drivers in Virtus Pro, but I think the 2 that we have in action here tonight are the 2 which I'd be like, that's a slam dunk. You need those 2 behind the wheel. Those 2 need to be in action in the Netherlands. Very curious though as to what drivers people are going to be taking in the teams. That's going to be the big talking point as to how that's all going to play out. I'm sure we could fill a good hour-long podcast with that on the build-up. We're not going to, though. I don't like talking that much. We've already commented every 4 days in a row. We're going to have more. Yeah, we've got more tomorrow. A full Indy 500 on the RENNSPORT channels as well, which means you get me for a full 4 hours or so. Another 4 hours, I should say. One final lap, though, here, Lewis. Ellis Jr. has crossed the line with a half-a-second gap. And once more, Gabriel Salomon flying the flag for Coanda Esports. He's definitely one driver that I've taken notice of this ERL season. Consistently amongst the fastest of the Coanda Esports teammates. And when you're faster than someone like Charlie Collins, that is a very, very promising sign for your future. Yeah, I remember when I saw the lineup they were racing on iRacing, and I was a little bit concerned about it. I thought, I don't know. Gabriel Salomon was like, I do know, and was unbelievable. And once again, it's been unbelievable tonight. Definitely a driver to keep an eye on, and a great driver for the team to have.
Yes, and Coanda, who are growing their squad, I feel like, again, Lewis. 2025 has seen them grow and expand their programs, and ERL may not have been the culmination of the efforts, but we'll see them next year, I'm sure, and looking to make it to the finals a little bit more simply.
Well, we'll have to wait and see how the next year will unfold. But for right now, it is going to be Kevin Ellis Jr. through the final corner. It's going to be a 1-3 for Virtus Pro. It's going to be a 2-6 for Coanda Esports. But it's going to be a very important 4th and 5th for Williams Sim Racing, who win here tonight and book their place in our grand final in a month's time. An incredible drive from them as a team all season. An incredible comeback drive for Dominic Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer tonight. They did what they had to do. That's the important bit. They've both taken victories and they've both shown very well. There's your finishing order. Ellis Jr., Salomon, McCormack, Blyer, Pfeffer and Collins. 2 Virtus Pros, 1st and 3rd. 2nd and 4th for Coanda. 4th and 5th for Williams Sim Racing. But they importantly did the work in finals 1 and 2 to take the top points scoring point.
I do like this format. It's slightly different from the one-on-one, but the 3 race finals, gridding up the field slightly differently for each race, it produces something a little bit more different than the traditional 1 versus 1. And now, after 5 electric rounds of racing, our top 4 is set to head to Sim Formula Europe in January and to crown our 2025 Esports Racing League, powered by Nitro Concepts champions. I'm wondering who we're going to chat to first. Do we talk to the Williams Sim Racing pair? Do we talk to maybe Kevin Ellis Jr., winner of that final race? Let's catch up with Kevin Ellis Jr. first. He's standing by with Lewis.
Yeah, Kev, you're here in the comms booth with us. Great drive for you this evening and a great victory, a 2nd one of the season. I mean, look, it's been a tough night for quite a lot of teams, but you've come through into the final. You've scored enough points, and you'll be heading through to our grand final in a month's time. What's that like as a feeling for you as a driver and as a team?
Yeah, obviously we're very proud of what we've achieved this season. The whole point of VRL is people get thrown out of the comfort zone, getting thrown into games that they've never played. So yeah, to come back to RENNSPORT to end the season was we definitely had it circled. We thought we had a good chance of getting through, but yeah, just due to other commitments, we didn't get to start practicing this until this morning. So to make it all the way to the end and come out with a win is it's been a really solid night. Dara hit a couple of really good Q laps, and I came out with a win, so happy days.
It's one of those ones where you've driven a lot of laps on RENNSPORT, a lot of laps in GT3 cars. This has been a bit of an oddity. Now, we had this back on ACC when we took the GT4. It's, something a bit odd that the drivers haven't really used. I'm sure it's kind of the same a little bit with supercars on iRacing. For you, having done so many laps, won so many times, even here at Road Atlanta, this though's completely different to race around.
Yeah, the V8s are great fun. Absolutely love them. This, not so much. Obviously it's a work in progress and everything else. So the car definitely presented some challenges. T7 was probably the main one that was kind of make or break. You could easily just lose 2/10 in one corner. And if you tried to take it just a little bit easy on a Q lap, you just lost so much time. You had to fully commit. And yeah, as you say, from driving so many laps of GT3 around here, coming to the Praga was like someone had put the game in fast forward. And the corners, it was just, yeah, the speed you need to carry is crazy, and the commitment you need to have is just next level. So yeah, it definitely presented some challenges, but it's one of them cars that's, when it's not going right, it's really frustrating, but when it is going right, it's quite satisfying to drive. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but yeah, obviously being on the good side of it, yeah, I'm just happy to have survived.
Well, big congratulations to both you and Darren McCormack this evening. Great drives. You end up second position in today's event and second in the points as well. We will see you next month when we go racing in our grand final.
Thank you very much, guys. Thanks for the season, and yeah, see you in January.
Cheers, Gab.
And from Kevin Ellis Jr., let's catch up with Gabriel Salomon. A couple of race wins on the night, but unfortunately, final's not going quite the way that Coanda may have wanted. But overall, Gabriel, I think you've had a lot of fun in this Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts campaign.
No, for sure. It's been a really fun league and a different concept where we race over many different platforms, and certain teams have certain advantages on their respective platform, which, yeah, I think it's fun.
What did you learn? Not just yourself, I guess, but Coanda as well. Me and Lewis were talking about this. First time we've seen Coanda in the Esports Racing League. I'm sure there was a lot of learnings every single time you went out.
Yeah, for sure. It was really interesting having to, adapt to new platforms. And also, I appreciated not being able to 2 weeks in advance do laps every single day, but only knowing the track 3 days or 2 days before the event, so everyone was on a bit more of a level playing field.
It's always fun. Congrats on some great races, Gabriel. Hopefully we'll see you back next year in the ERL for 2026 as Coanda makes another push.
See you guys. Bye.
And last but not least, I think it's only fitting that we catch up with the pair of Williams Sim Racing drivers, Dominic Blyer and Tobias Pfeffer, who join us now. Tobias, we'll start with you. The finals looked really interesting, but very much a series of races dictated by qualifying. How comfortable did you feel in that one-lap qualifying session to get the job done?
Actually, I was quite confident because I was doing the EWC before and stuff like that, so it was quite the same. And yeah, I mean, the prep was also great with Dom, so yeah, I was actually quite confident for the lap.
It's been quite an evening though for you pair as a team, Tobias, and quite a season as well. I'm sure there was a few moments throughout the season where maybe you thought you could have done more, maybe the team could have done more, but obviously it comes to this point and none of that really matters. You're in third position and you'll be going through into the grand final. What has that been like throughout the entire season, jumping around in the world of sim racing? I mean, you're pretty adept at jumping between all the rigs.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, after some races, I thought oh, this is gonna be really tough because we've been so unlucky, and yeah, nothing went like it did now today. So yeah, today it worked, and I'm really happy that we are going now to Maastricht. And yeah, it was also difficult to jump from one sim to the other. So yeah, was a hard season actually.
Well, Dom, let's catch up with you as well. We talked to you after one of your race wins, and you seemed quietly confident to us. Williams have been able to claw their way up into the top 4. You'll get a couple of weeks, I hope, to spend time with friends and family. How difficult is it going to be to prepare for this final part of the competition on a sim that you can't practice at home?
Yeah, exactly. I think you cannot prepare. It's just probably mentally, and that's it, because we don't know the scene, we don't know the car, we don't know the track, so it will be just lottery. We'll have fun, and yeah, that's it.
Obviously, you, the pair of you have done your fair amount of live events, being there at LAN, being there in person. What are you kind of expecting from yourself in another LAN environment? Again, getting used to a completely different rig. You said about the sim there, that's going to be tricky, but how do you rate your chances just at LAN in general?
I think it's very high, but in top 4 teams there is also drivers that are experienced at LAN, so it will be tough for sure, but I think we can put a good fight.
Well, Dom, we're looking forward to seeing that fight. Enjoy the rest of the year. Enjoy some time with your friends and family. We'll see you next year at Sim Formula Europe.
Thank you. See ya.
And one more chat, I believe, before we wrap things up. Let's quickly catch up with Will Chadwick in the Rafa ERA Esports by EMM crew. Of course, unfortunately eliminated before they got to the finals, but still enough for them to have the most points at the end of the regular season. Will, how does that make you feel? Obviously, I know Rafa ERA by EMM, a relatively new effort for you and the team behind the scenes, but you've been able to outwit, I would say, in many ways, some of the biggest teams in sim racing.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a dream come true for everybody involved. I think it shows how good we are at executing all the sims, and I'm just really proud of everyone that's been, involved in this, because it was, like I say, it wasn't, this wasn't something months in the planning. We got it together, me and Yerne, and I'm really proud of everyone that's drove for us, Jack, Charlie, everybody, because they've all put in a really good effort. And yeah, shame we couldn't make it to the final today because of my mistake, but still happy to win.
Well, Will, congrats. I'm glad that you have seemingly put that mistake behind you for the most part, and you can focus up on the preparations for 2026 and for Sim Formula Europe.
Thank you very much.
Well, Chadwick, the team manager at Rafa ERA by EMM. Lewis, I mean, a great season, a remarkable season in many ways to return to this Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts format. Chance for us to recharge our batteries as well before we land in Maastricht in early January to settle the 2025 ERL campaign.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure there is that we have our 4 finalists, but who is going to be out on top in that? We have absolutely no idea. There's the standing, so Rafa ERA Esports by EMM, Virtus Pro, Williams Sim Racing and Team Nitro. Obviously, commiserations to BS Competition. Losing out not even by a single point, on the exact same as Team Nitro, but on countback, it goes to Team Nitro. Kwan had a great fight back there tonight, but obviously a few too many mistakes in rounds 2 and 4 means that there. Oh, was it 2 and 4? Was it 1 and 3? Yeah, exactly.
1 and 3, yes.
It was against them. But I think they've still shown themselves quite well, and I think we might have a new superstar to keep an eye on in Gabriel Solomon.
I think there's quite a few drivers that have really stood up and been counted in the Esports Racing League powered by Nitro Concepts. We've just got our in-person finals to settle the show. And so join Lewis, myself, and our VCO team behind the scenes at Maastricht for Sim Formula Europe in what should be an exciting January. If you can't be there in person, join us on the VCO channels. But until then, happy holidays to you and yours. Can't wait to put the belts around the waist of our 2025 ERL champions next month. See you then.